Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening, whenever you're watching this. Hello and welcome back to the stream, or back to the VOD. Welcome back to Camelot Month 3, your move. It's Day 7, True Darkness. Today, thanks to you guys for voting yesterday, we are playing Shining in the Darkness, the very first RPG that Camelot made alongside Climax Entertainment, who obviously went on to make things like Landstalker, Alundra, and other games, so good stuff from them as well. But, of course, we're here for the Camelot stuff. I hope you had a good day or evening or whatever you've done before or after you are going to watch this VOD. So far, we have done the beginning of the game. We defeated the Kaiser Crab after some wonderful examples of RNG. Yeah, RNG. And then we managed to make our way through the first trial. If you didn't catch the previous day, or you're just wondering what's going on, I have got a few challenges to go through for this playthrough. So specifically, we have a restriction on every single floor in the trials. So for the trial of strength to begin with, we couldn't use any magic, so it was physical only. The reason I did this is because this is the earliest that it would be the hardest to do, because my characters are weaker, basically. For the trial of courage, the next one, well, I'll go through it when we get there. But yeah, there should be some pretty interesting and fun things going on in terms of just how badly I'm going to get bodied by the video game. And then when we get to the Labyrinth Proper later on, which I should hopefully get to today, when I do get there, I'm not allowed to flee from any more fights when I'm inside the Labyrinth Proper, which is awful. Just awful. Yeah, that's just awful. So, yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the game audio. Let's just hear that music. Glorious. And Bosh. Good morning. I hope you guys are well. Hello everybody as well who's currently in chat. Nemo, Lefty for the luck. Thank you very much. Bonkers, good to see you. Razor, hello. Barefeet Nate, welcome back. Larry, hello. Kalandra, thank you for the luck as well. Hempeli, Torikasi, and Bonkers, and Senor Cunio with the luck as well. I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to need it today. Going to need it. It's going to be an interesting one. It's been a glorious day outside. I've had a little walk. I went for a stroll because I need to get out. I need to get out into the sunshine. There's not many opportunities we get to see the sun in Britain, so any that we get, we take. How's it going there, Talwin, as well? How's it going? 100? Ja, hallo. Guten Tag. Wie geht's? Right, we're going to rejoin the adventures of Peter, level 14. Also, for anyone who's been wondering what controller I've been using, just because I don't know, maybe you've been caring, but I use what's called an 8-bit Do M30, which is a Mega Drive 6-button controller styled controller. I guess it's kind of a little bit more like the Saturn controller, because it's got the LNR as well. But it's a really good controller. I'd recommend it if you wanted to have some pretty good Mega Drive. I'm using it on my Mega Drive. It has I got an adapter to use it on my Mega Drive, so it works for PC and for the, as I said, for the Mega Drive and anything else that has Bluetooth and or a USB connector. So pretty cool. Just thought you might want to know about that. Maybe. I never really thought about it. But we're going to go super fast. Yeah, 8-bit Do are really good. They're a great company. They do really good stuff, and I'd recommend the M30. I know there are two versions. One of them, I think the M30S. Is it the M30S or the other one? One of them basically works better with others than other versions. So they had like an updated version. But I would recommend. It's not a lefty controller. I'm reversed. You can see that everything's backwards. You can't. That is blurry. There you go. M30 backwards. Everything's blurred. Everything's backwards because I have my playing TV over here, and it also means that I look away from the window, because if I'm playing into the window, I get blinded when the sun starts to set. So I have to look this way, and it also means that when I face this way, I'm facing the gameplay rather than me playing like this, which is really jarring when the gameplay's over there. So it's a whole setup. Doesn't really matter, but yeah, that's kind of the explanations around that. Anyway, after that's how my room works. My little study, which was technically when I moved into this flat. This is the bedroom. This was the bedroom, and that's the living room. But I made, I'd rather, my bed wasn't going to fit in here. This is a single. This is a single room. Not that you need to know. But obviously, as I want to start off every kind of day as well, I am UK based. I am UK based. Yeah. So as I want to start off, Camelot Month 3. If you don't know what it is, if this is your first time watching either any of the VODs or catching the stream live, Camelot Month is a celebration of all of the Camelot RPGs, all the games I'm going to be playing here on the left-hand side, from Shining in the Darkness at the very top, all the way down to Golden Sun, Dark Dawn at the very, very bottom. Further to this, the money being raised at the very bottom, obviously we've raised $3.5 grand, which is incredible. Thank you so much indeed. The money that is being raised is helping, keep my lifestyle alive and keep my stream going. So thank you very much for supporting me. But also a portion of the donations and the bits count as well. A portion of the money that is raised will go towards charity as well. So the Motor Neurons Disease Association is a charity that I'm supporting. I lost my father in 2008 to the disease, and they helped me and my family, so I wanted to kind of give back to them. So thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the cause as well. If you are interested in supporting, you can check out any of the incentives using CM Incentives !, or click the links below if you're watching on YouTube. There's also the shop where you can buy some cool merchandise featuring the splash art, which was this art here. You can get that artwork on a mug or a shirt, and this logo here as well, and some other things as well. So if you're interested in checking it out and supporting, that would be very, very kind. I greatly appreciate it. Let's get on with the day then, shall we? Let's send you back to the kingdom of Thornwood. Welcome back to the world of Shining in the Darkness. First things first. My community would love me to move in with Goose. I'm pretty sure they would, yeah. Okay. So, how are we doing? We picked up some good items. We picked up the Mardu and the main Gorsh. The main Gorsh is increased in the old defense factor and attack power, and same with the Mardu. Massive increase to defense and attack with those on, so that's really, really good. Right. Guess we should get on with it. You want me to move it in with Ninzard? I'd love to live in the Nordic region. Also, you may have noticed I will probably at some point get around to like sharing my playlist for the day, or like either rather than sharing it, having on my VODs for this the name of the songs in each of the playlists that I have in the mornings, because they are kind of important to a degree. Insofar as, wow, I didn't get a Kaiser Claw. Whoops. I just think it's important to kind of share that kind of cool music. But specifically, today I played this theme, which is obviously running, the ancient temple. But then I played the Tower of Illusion theme from Shining the Holy Ark. And when I first heard it, I knew that it was going to be, that I knew that it was similar. But just how similar is kind of impressive. Just how much those two songs are alike. And when I first heard it, I was like, hey man, that's definitely evoking that vibe. And when I first heard it, and yeah, true enough, it was the case that they were definitely citing this original theme. Thanks for getting you to waste money on the controller. It's not wasted. It's not wasted money. Eight-bit do controllers are really good. I should have asked to partner up with them. How's it going, Hoppy? Welcome back to the stream, dude. It's Sunday, by the way, isn't it? Sunday. It's a nice Sunday where we can all hang out and chill. Pumpkinhead. Done with your Sunday workout? In the gym, nice. Glad it's nice to see some things reopening. I know that it's obviously always hard, but you know, if some people feel it's a little bit too early, and I'd probably agree. But it's like, I kind of also appreciate the idea that people want to try and somehow get back to some sense of normality at some point, even to some degree in their lives. So I appreciate it. It's hard. Nice killer blow. Every game in one sitting? No. I'm just playing. I'm playing through all of them as I go. I play 8 to 10 hours a day. The only time I would go over 10 hours is if I'm doing a speedrun, and the speedrun is more than 10 hours. Okay, welcome to the Trial of Courage. In here, I'm not allowed to use any physical attacks. Which speedruns are longer than 10 hours? Shining Force 3. That's it, pretty much. It's the only way that I can do that without going. Well, I mean, Camelot specific stuff. Yo, Sirius, thank you very much indeed for 40 months, dude. Welcome back to the fighting class. I appreciate the support. As well as it can go. It's a bit hard right now. They're dizzies, clearly. Do 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 do. I love Dizzy. What a cool ass game that is. Good morning, Adam. How's it going? MP does not reset. No, of course not. Of course not. That's why this one is so hard. Also, the reason I chose this to be my no physical attacking thing, so I chose my restrictions for a very specific reason. And I know it sounds weird, right, choosing your restrictions. But the reason I did that is because I know which ones are going to make each one hardest, so you get the most kind of like interest for what I'm doing, if you will, or at least me overcoming the trials. I've already used up like a third of my MP, which is great. This is the area where there is green moss on the ground that steals your MP. Which is obviously bullshit. So it's even harder to get through if I'm only using magic on these floors. Is the face bar on the left side of the stream window just decoration? No, that's... Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it is decoration. I'm blacking out the games I've completed, and then the ones that are lit up are the ones I haven't yet played, and then I've got the selector at the very top on the game that I am playing, so you know which game I'm playing. Shining Force 2 is not last. It's up to you guys. You guys vote for what games you want to see. Every time I get to the end, near to the end of a game, I will do a vote on what game is next. And I have 2 branches of games that I'm kind of like making my way through, and there's like they come in a certain order and they do certain things. But we got through Shining Force 1 CD Final Conflict. Then the vote was between Shining Force and Shining Wisdom. People chose Wisdom. And then Shining Force 2 and Shining in the Darkness. And again, Shining Force 2 keeps losing right now. So... all of the Shining games are part of the same series of Shining. So Shining in the Darkness and Shining Force are part of the Shining series. Force is just the strategy RPG like subset. Beyond the Beyond and Golden Sun are not part of the Shining series, but they were made by Camelot. Golden Sun Dark Dawn ended on a cliffhanger, so we haven't got an ending to that just yet. Maybe we never will get one, but you know. One button. Okay, that's fine. Does he even have a base class? Don't think he has one at all, right? The seagulls are obviously getting involved today. It's a lovely day, so the seagulls are going to be loud today, just so you know. They're going to be having a cracking time. So... yeah. So this is gonna be a slow burn, guys, just, you know, like, it's gonna be hard to get through. Do 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 do. Yeah. There's loads of cool bits and pieces in this game like that. Okay, yeah, this as I say, this will be a bit of a slow burn because we're going to have to take our time to get through this. I'm only going to be able to do like individual, like make a certain move down a certain direction and go there. Waiting for the crab. Watch me do the crab! There you go. Great. An awesome blow. Speed 2. Yeah, nice outturn. So Peter, oh yeah, that was because I know I had the surprise on them, didn't I? Of course I did. I wouldn't actually be doing well. Okay. Once again, we're here. We're going to get bodied. We are going to get bodied. Stinger. I need Blast 2 on Aiden. I'm not sure if he gets at level 14 or 15, maybe even higher. But if I get Blast 2, this will make this a lot easier because he'll be able to use Blast 2 and Blaze 2, and I'll be able to do that in one turn. So I could like cream an enemy really quickly like that, you know. Come on, Blast 2, let's go. Oh, Burst. Burst is just as good. Burst is AoE. We flee. Okay. So now I can do Burst into Blaze. And that should one-shot the party. Depending on how strong Burst is. Burst is like good enough, I think. Yeah. Ooh, got bodied there. So yeah, these side blocks are hard, and they have a lot of HP, so when you fight these guys, what you really want to be doing, you can see the damage, what you really want to be doing is casting slow, and physically attacking, but because I don't have that ability, then, well, we're struggling. Day 7. How's it going, Asia? That's a lot of enemies. 2 to go. Candles. Candles are good. New day, new luck. Probably go for, yeah. What I'm definitely hoping for. So when it comes to this one, as I said, like a big part of this entire thing is that you have these like green fuzzy tiles that like steal your MP. There's 2 lots, okay. And generally, because of the way that AoE works, I wanna mostly focus getting the fights when I can just like get a clean like 1 turn and I don't have to waste too much MP. So I only have so much, right? Okay, this is a good fight though, so... Okay, shit. Okay. The restrictions are self-inflicted, yes. I can attack if I want. These are part of my incentives. So I have restricted floors for these 3 trials only. And then when I get to the Labyrinth proper, I'm not allowed to flee. I can flee, if the game will let me, but I'm not going to. Because I'm not allowed to based on my restrictions. These are all incentives that I have. It's not like you guys are beating me up. I chose to make these the incentives. That's the point in them. That I wanted to have the challenge to do it. Thank you very much, Clodhopper, for being scary as shit. So yeah, you've got the Labyrinth floor 1, then you've got 4 trials underneath, and then you've got 4 floors of what's called the Labyrinth Proper. It's just a term. When it comes to like buildings and things, and you have what's called a proper, it usually is kind of like the main area of something. Essentially, is what it means. It's not saying that like this is all part of the labyrinth, you know, but it's. Woven Hood is actually pretty good. Nice. I will use an item though. Okay. Nice crit to start with. One MP left for Aiden. Shit. Okay, at this point we're just fleeing and trying to. I'll go for as long as I can fleeing, and I'll only take fights if there's like one group that I can AOE as a whole with Pyra or Acha, she's currently called, thanks to my inability to figure out how this stuff works correctly. Healer fruit. Nice. That's a big heal. That's actually the big healing item. Yeah. The upgrades from herbs, they're pretty good. Okay, so I'm on the bottom right-hand corner of this map then. So this is the very corner. Yeah. So that was where that chest was. So we came down. So we started in the top right. And then the first time I went all the way across left with that one door, and this time I went down. There was actually a way back. There was an earlier place that I couldn't get to. Well, I don't know. Let's keep going. See what we find. 1 second. That's 2. Okay, 2 units. So yeah, like a fight like this, I'll take. Because there's one group. I should be able to blaze them out in 2 turns. Sorry, the cool feature is the map. Yeah, this game had a map built into it. You just have to, like, use the spell as you go. So you have to kind of either you can use that enough to know where you're kind of going. It's really important in this game to have I know that sounds really like rude, I guess, or really straightforward, but you need to have like a sense of awareness when using that map to know what way you've gone. Because like I knew that I kind of went ahead and then left in terms of my 2 key usages, so I kind of like build the map in your head kind of thing. This is scary. Okay. How's it going there, Zero? Good morning. Okay. Blocked area. I'm getting scared. These guys can use like blaze, pretty powerful blazes, I think 3, and that's bad. Okay. Okay, don't die, come on. Fuck me, dude. How many encounters? Well, I mean, those ones are in set positions. Like, you'll either... So, like, there are regular encounters all over the place. Like, you'll just get, like, a chance for an encounter. I mean, it's not like I'm casting magic anyway, but... My MP's low, so... If I'm going to do it, I might as well do it when it doesn't matter anymore, right? Huh. Is this like a loop? Oh, yeah, loops, yeah. This game has like, this dungeon has a couple of loops like this. Yeah, okay. That's one of the loops then. And that's the end. Oh, sick, okay. But I haven't got the orb yet. Somewhere in here is an orb. I could go and clear it and just get it done. But then I have to... Yo, Besson, thank you very much indeed for promoting yourself to the fighting class with Twitch Prime. I appreciate the support, thank you. And as well, Elmador as well for extending your subscription through to September. Thank you so much indeed. Very, very kind of you. Much appreciated. But yeah, thank you so much. This is very, very kind. I hugely appreciate that. So this is the other this is the other cycle, right? I haven't got any more. I can't. Actually, I do have wisdom seeds. Yeah, because there's the end, and then it's down here, and then there's like a little bit on the left. This is risky because like I know I don't have any MP anyway, but if I get like big hits, I haven't got the HP to heal here. And Elmador as well, gifting a sub to Aelenwar. Thank you so much indeed. That's super kind of you. Greatly appreciate that. All the love coming out. Thank you. Yeah, this is fine. It doesn't matter so much because I haven't got any MP right now, so I'm bodied. Ah, yes. Bronze shield, hell yeah, okay. Oh, there we go, over those. We go over the thingies. And cheers for luck as well, Dude Zero. Big hype for the beginning of today. Okay, Hydraxes aren't so scary. Okay. I'm going to... I want to keep going. All I know is that I need to have the orb of the orb of truth, whatever it's called, after this one. So it's still in here somewhere. Because I'm trying to think about it. I went to the left and then down and round, and I kind of got to an end. And I went this way. There was a corridor I didn't go down on the way round. I went straight ahead rather than turning right on like the edge, because I was coming down the edge. And then I did that big loop to where that green moss was. There's like a little thing up here. Twitch Prime starts for Camelot month. Woo! It's a good month to use it. I want to just turn left here and see how much there is. If I can get away with it. If I start getting down to like 50 HP, I have to really, really focus. Yo, Hefus as well with the 2 months Twitch Prime. It took the system a while to catch up. Thank you so much indeed. And Kyle M subscribing with Twitch Prime. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much indeed, guys, for the support during this month. Yeah, this is getting dangerous. This is where it's tough. If this happens again... Oh, you know what? I should have just gone back. I should have just gone to complete it whilst I was here, like get through to the end. Shout outs to being British, right? Fuck. Three landstalkers, whatever they're called, night stalkers. Okay. Oh shit, I've already opened that up. Have I looped round then? I must have... Maybe if I came around this way and came around... Yeah, maybe that loops. I mean, it does loop. I'm back to these chests. So that's everything then. I just need to go and find... So it must be that corridor to the side then. That corridor to the side is where I need to get the orb. Because I just know that the first two are found here, and then you use the orb of truth to go to the two other ones. There's like one that goes north, one that goes west. Okay, cool. Yo, Bessons, thank you very, very much for the $10 tip/donation. Cheers very, very much indeed. SF2, name SF2 Claude Rocky. Can do. Thank you so much indeed for the kind support. Obviously, it goes to support me and also the MNDA. So greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Need to sell some stuff, I think. Yeah, the main Gorsh and the Mardu are better because they give you attack factor as well as armor factor. I'll keep one smelling salts in case I get bodied, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I don't have enough for... Peter the Phoenix. Okay. Let's make another attempt through. This trip should be... I mean, I know where the end is. I just need to get the orb. Which I think is, yeah, the way I went the second time, there was like a corner that I didn't go into. I need to go check. Oh yeah, Camelot Month 3 is here. Can I get the PogChamps going? death, guys, and an outturn from Peter. I think I want to get rid of the oozes because they have freeze, and I don't want to have to deal with that. Excuse you. The plea goes unanswered. Help! No, you're good. They're pretty strong. She attacked 2 different skulls. Nice. What? Just appear together, guys. You don't need to be silly. Yeah, it's kind of like, it was always a weird thing I kind of felt with this game, that they had, like, enemies would appear in groups, and that's fine, like, but then you'd have things like where there'd be like 2 enemies that appear as separate groups, like they're not friends kind of thing. They're not here to work together. Was it left or right? I could have just looked, I guess, and found out that was the door. So, like, on the right over here, I think there was where I wanted to go. Acha! Yeah, probably. That's the thing I'm thinking. I wasn't quite... It was always a strange thing about it that I wasn't... It's annoying because of the way that grouping works in this. Like, you have AoE skills that only affect separate groups, right? And that's it. If there are 2 enemies on the screen and they're separate groups, you can't AoE them. I think there is a global AoE. I think there is a spell that is a global AoE. Like, I think maybe bursts higher levels, a global AoE. I know that certain games have, like, global and group AoE. Kind of, if you look at something like Dragon Quest, right? Whereas, like, Boom and stuff is global, and then Whoosh is party. Or, like, you know, yeah, one's global and one's like group. Stairs. I'm using the dwarf key in battle because this is a restricted floor, so all of the trials are restricted in terms of I can't do certain things. And this floor in particular, this is a magic only floor, so I can't. This is a personal restriction. And yeah, so the idea is that I'm trying to. I can't use physical attacks on this floor. And he ran away, good. Oh yeah, the enemies behind enemies thing. Yeah, that was cool. Stairs up. No, plot point. Okay, cool. So this is in the middle then. This is where I'm thinking it must be then. Yeah. Coward! But using the dwarf key is the only way that I can kind of do something with Peter. I can't defend with him, basically. It's either flee or attack with him. Oh shit, yeah, it's this guy. Can I beat him with just magic? Nine damage with blades. How much is freeze? 15. Peter, the main character, can't defend. It's either flee or attack for him. Everyone else can defend, but Peter can't. Just run. Sure. I don't think I can. This is gonna be hard. I mean, I can do it, I think, but I have to get lucky. And he out-heals me. Come on, land the slow. Whew, wow. Orb of Truth. Hell yeah. Jesus, I was worried about that. I thought he was like, because he healed for 50, and I was like, that's all the damage that is done. I guess he doesn't have much HP then to make up for the fact that he fucking heals, and he's got defense out of goddamn wazoo. So now I've got to make my way to the end. We got the Orb of Truth though, so yeah, that was it. Oh yeah, slow's a really, really good spell. It's just the anti-boost, but it's usually it's kind of like based on the way certain stats work. In like a lot of games out there, based on the way that stats work, debuffing a certain enemy's stats is better than buffing your own. I play dungeon crawlers a fair bit, yeah. Not like I'm not huge. Like it's not like this is a genre that I play all the time endlessly. I've only played one of the Etrian Odyssey games, just the first one. I play a fair bit in the SMT series though. Like I played Strange Journey and some of the earlier SMT games that are a bit more dungeon crawly style. And yes, I played like a fair bit of stuff in that regard. I played, what was it called? The Lost Child? The Lost Child? The Last Child? The Lost Child. That was the one that came to Switch a while back. That was kind of fun in its own little way. Bolt and Freeze 2. Okay. Is Stonekeep familiar? Never heard of it, no. I do like the genre though overall. This way. I do like the genre. I'm just kind of like, it's not a thing I play hugely. I spent a bit of time with yeah, I spent a bit of time with Stranger in Sword City that I kind of enjoyed, and I've got my when all this kind of stuff is over and I can start traveling again for work. My next big traveling game is Labyrinth Proper. So gonna be playing those. Oh shit. Oh shit. I've got 2 paralyzed characters. My god, please, I'm moving one space. Oh, no. Okay, they're both fixed. Okay. That was scary. Can I please just run away? I recognize this. Where's this? I can go this way. Oh, it does, yeah. It does count as moving, but I'm just saying that even then, I'm still getting encounters like every 2 steps, or every 2 decisions, which is really bad. So I want to be down there. So I went the wrong way. I want to go up there and then round to that bit. So what's down here then? Oh, it's one clodhopper, dude. It's one clodhopper. Need a different key for that one. Please. Why is fleeing so hard sometimes? I just want to make progress, you know, this is fine. Okay, this is where I want to go. Look at this, no encounters, holy hell. No. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's a scary encounter. There it is. Okay, cool. Just around the corner. So the first one is running away because I don't want to fight these enemies. I have a restriction on this floor, which is no attacking. So not in the game, just a personal trial and a test. Cool, we're good. We're out of there. Okay. Oh, you don't have to apologise, you didn't know. That's why I explained it to you. You're all good. No such thing as a stupid question. If you don't know, you don't know. Yo, Andrew, thank you very much indeed for the tier 3, dude. Thank you so much. For 46 months, that's very, very kind of you. Welcome back to the fighting class. We did it though. It took us three trips through. Not bad. I just had to take a lot more focus on fleeing. Which is a bit sad. I didn't get much in the way of experience and money because of it. Which is kind of annoying because like this, I want to say that the next bit is like a big step up in terms of difficulty. Okay. I do want it. The magic mirror is a shield, isn't it? Don't think I need the dwarf's key anymore. I can melee again, yeah. I'm pretty sure the magic mirror is a shield. I don't need the dwarf's key anymore, do I? What does the magic mirror do? Oh, is it a usable item that allows me to cast it? Okay, yeah, I think it's a battle item. If I use it, it reflects magic back. So when I'm in like magic heavy areas, I can use that to I can use the item to fight back. So my next trial is the Jobby of Bosch. So this is down now that we've got the Orb of Truth. You'll know when to use it because you'll approach a wall, and you might see that wall looks a little bit different than the others. It's a little bit more bulging. If we look here. I love how I just turned around and got surprised. So if you look at this wall here, it's completely fine, right? Just flat and normal. But this one, glowing and bulgy. So, Orb of Truth. Okay, so this way takes us back to where the Kaiser Claw is, or the Kaiser Crab was, so that's there. I think straight ahead is where I want to go. Please, Peter, why are you slower than the regular enemies, dude? It's always a shame. Poor Adina and Chaz being named Aiden and Acha. I'm so sorry again to the to those who donated for those names, because I sodded it up royally. 100 gold! It's a fight's worth. Not really worth it. Oh yeah, these lads. Didn't do any damage at all. So when they flex their muscles, what that means is that they're defending. So they take hardly any damage when they do that. Oh god, I just... the damage they deal is huge! They give you good experience, as you saw though. There's at least that. Buying that magic mirror was a bad idea, though. I thought it was a shield, but I knew that it had that property, but I just kind of like got it in the wrong way. So, yeah, the magic mirror. Aiden, please be faster, mate. The magic mirror, when you use it as an item, reflects the damage back from magic attacks specifically, which is good. Obviously, it's very good. However, the only downside to that is my next trial. Probably guess what I'm thinking about for my next trial, but my next trial is a no items floor, so I can't use any items. Which doesn't sound too hard, but it means that I can't be overly aggressive with my magic, because I can't, if I run out of MP on Acha, or on Pyra, or Adina, as her name should be, I can't get out. So I have to be very, very careful. Should be exciting, I think, yeah. See how we do. An awesome blow. Peter goes up a level. IQ 3, of course. Defense 2, good. It's always nice to see Defense 2 on Peter. Why is it only dealing 11 damage when they use Fire Breath? Oh, of course. Of course. Unleashing the lungful of hot air after I just missed so it stayed alive. Of course. Nice big damage. Part of me is kind of feeling like a grind for money might be on the cards here. Picking up the magic mirror was a bad idea, sadly. It's a great item. I do want the item, but I wanted it a little bit sooner, basically. Well, I wanted it later. Because I thought it was a shield. I mean, I could just reset my save, but I've made progress now, so. Aye. Remember to check the CM incentive. Do you mind, Mr. Seagull? I'm in the middle of having a chat. Yeah, the CM incentives, bloody hell. Actually, they're all together, so that's not bad. Burst. Blade you're good at? Why is everything so resistant to magic, dude? Actually insane. Good fight. Oh no, yeah, you'll hear seagulls during my stream. I live near the coast, so. Cast to level 1 quick. Bad idea, my friend. Oh, cool, there it is. So that was the way to go to get here, then. Noted. Up in the corner. Jesus. Yeah, so that's the next one. This is the next trial. So at least I guess I can have a little check, see what I can do in here to begin with. Again, no items. So I need to make sure I have 9 MP on Acha before I have to flee. Oh, these guys look really nice. Amazing Dizzy, or the Fantastic Dizzy, rather. Do 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 do. He's definitely flexing his muscles again. Just so resistant to everything. Pricks. Great. Just the absolute solo here from Peter. The absolute solo. But bam. What a god. Wisdom seed. Hacha! 117. Okay, so that's where I came from. And this is the start of the bullshit. Oh, it's this one. I am. Man, that's a lot of toadstools. Didn't really realize we were in the Mushroom Kingdom. Right? Right? What's really great, at least, you obviously you can hear them when they really pipe up, right? You can hear the gulls when they really give it the whole. But like, I just hear them do the random, like, just the random noises, which is really funny. Little shits. They just go every now and then, just one. The fact that they can proc sleep on hit as well is like. Do you wanna? Anyone want to go? Cute. What, the seagulls or these things? 'Cause these things are terrifying. Me? Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say. Great. They look like really scary robots. Okay, so you go basically around the thing, depending on what way you go in. So if I was to go in backwards, this is where I came from. So you go to like the exit you go on is to the right, left, or if you want to go to the left, you walk in backwards. If you want to go to the right, you walk in straight ahead. You know what I mean? I really love it when I get a miss. Hacha! Speed 5. Attack 2. Defense 4. Slow increases to level 2. Big Pog. Nice outturn, Peter. Let's go, buddy. The toadstools, I mean, there are mushrooms that look like that. They are a bit weird looking, but yeah. A thing I guess you have to get used to with my stream is that I do randomly just sing along to tracks with random lyrics, I guess. It's pretty much how the Shining Force 2 musical became a thing. Been out for my first album. Shining Force musical is good. Godly. I was struggling there. I won't lie. Yo, cheers for the luck there, Owen. Appreciate that. Welcome in. If people are just joining us, welcome to Camelot Month 3. A massive celebration of all things Camelot RPGs. RPGs, because I'm pretty sure many of you have already thought, I don't see any of those Mario sports games on that there games list. And to you I say, yeah, you don't. Not because they're bad games, just because that's not what Camelot Month is about. All the sports games kind of thing. There are definitely some games I have played. I've played the Mario Tennis Power Tour stuff last Camelot Month because people wanted to see it so much, and I really enjoyed it. But these main games here, these are the main games. We had Power Tour in the past, so we have played those. But these are the ones I wanted to focus on, the more traditional JRPGs. I am gonna need it. You're absolutely right. Thanks very much for understanding the plight that is right now. Camelot Month obviously is a celebration of those games and my passion and sharing my passion and my love for them with other fans of Camelot, and I hope you guys are enjoying the show. It is also an event to kind of raise some money to keep my livelihood and my stream going, but also to raise money for charity. This year I'm donating a portion of the proceeds to the Motor Neurons Disease Association, which is a charity that deals with the motor neurons disease. That's known in America as ALS, so if you've heard of ALS, that's what the MNDA deals with. You might remember the Ice Bucket Challenge a while back. That was in support of ALS and MND. In terms of how the money's being raised, there's obviously the incentives where you can put your money towards specific challenges for me to do as a player, test my ability at the games. Basically, I never have ever painted myself as some kind of god at all of these games. There are some games that I'm really good at, and some of these games I'm less capable at. But yeah, it's just a way to keep testing my ability with them, really, and see what you guys can push me to do. And yeah, that's basically it. There are not only are there the incentives that you can put your money directly towards. If you don't want to put your money towards an incentive, that's completely fine. You might see the milestones at the very, very bottom. There are big milestones that when we hit certain amounts of money, I will add in a specific challenge or a specific piece of content. So far we've unlocked a solo Bowie run in Shining Force 2. We've unlocked me learning this game, the any % speedrun for this game, which is going to be interesting. So yeah, there's going to be me learning that game. There's going to be me playing through Golden Sun with no Jin. And other kinds of challenges like that, basically. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I do. So those are the kind of things that your money is going towards. Obviously the next one is the Golden Sun event race with Plexa. The Golden Sun event is Golden Sun story up until the Golden Sun event, which is the moment when the Golden Sun appears. So Golden Sun 1 and 2, essentially. Those two games back to back in a speedrun race. I run both the any % no S&Q for Golden Sun 1 and 2, and Plexa runs every category for Golden Sun. So we're going to race that together. Hopefully you enjoy that. My HP's getting low. I can't heal. Oh, actually no, she has healed, doesn't she? Yes, she does. It's not random. It's not random. The order of the games are chosen by you guys, the viewers. Make sure to use the command Camelot, and you'll see the massive information sheet that has all the information you might possibly need. But a summary is that when I get towards the end of a game, like when I'm into like the last few hours of gameplay with a game, I will start a poll in the chat on Twitch here. So, and when that poll lands, you have about 10 minutes to vote for the next game that I'm playing. There is one caveat to that, which I think I've mentioned. If I haven't mentioned, I probably should mention it. But yeah, like, there are two branches that I've kind of got going on. Like, we started from the same point of Shining Force 1, but then we diverged down two different ways. And I'm going to hopefully keep those pushing at the same time. Ideally, we don't get super far ahead on one. Right, again, I need to have 9 Fire Staff. What a drop, dude. What a drop. Oh no, it's not a good drop. Oh really? The Wood Staff is better than the Fire Staff? To be fair, I think on use it has Blaze, which is actually really good for the hero if on a floor where I can't use magic. I could probably pass it over to Aiden, and then Aiden can... okay, maybe he can't use it because he can't equip it. This is the thing with a lot of Shining games. If you can't equip something, you can't use it as well. I'm not going to go down there because, again, I need to make sure my MP is safe. Oh, it's Blaze 3. Holy shit. Hell yeah, dude. Oh shit, I can't do that. I can't do that. It's an item. Whoops. Okay. We made an error. We won't do it again. I saw it as magic in my head. I didn't think about it. I can't use that here. Fuck me. Run invalidated. Start over again. How's it going there, Klepia? Welcome to the event, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the fun that is all of the Camelot RPGs. How are we doing on money? Lots of money. My God, Aiden. Or Chaz. It should be Peter, Chaz, and Adina. I'll keep trying to call it. I just call him Aiden, and that's really bad because that's not the name that was donated for. Breastplate. Deals. Why would that be? Shields. Yeah, the breastplate is good, from what I remember. So that's the only deal he has right now. And in terms of regular armor, I could pick up the hemp robes, which are upgrades for everyone. And that's the bronze armor on the other side. Because right now everyone's got fur robe and straw robe. The hemp robe would be a big increase for the two on the right. That would be 1400. So that's me down to 1.8. So yeah, okay. Dark Shine the hero. Yo, Dark Wolf with the raid. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome everyone from Dark Wolf stream. Hope you're having a good day. It's Camelot month time. +6, that's good. Camelot month is a good month, I agree. Thank you very much for the support. I really want to keep the fire staff cause it is really good at doing lots of things. I'll get rid of the herbs, I guess, because these take up a lot of space and I can't use them anyway to heal. But I do want. I can't obviously use the fire staff right now on this restricted floor, but you know. Yes, there is. I want to go to your deals, mate. I want to buy that breastplate. Because I've got enough money! Who's going to take it? Me. Welcome, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Look at that, 16 defense upgrade. Yeah, contacting Camelot is difficult because you know they don't really have like a big social media presence right now. Wooden shield, nice, good. And yeah, they don't really because they're not actually they don't work at Nintendo. they are a second party. You know, they're not. It's not like they're at the HQ kind of thing. So it's not like a case of going like, Nintendo, do you mind just saying hi? It's not that easy, really. Golden Tactics would be pretty hot. I'd be up for that. Well, Climax are now called Matrix. They're still making games. They just changed name. Games like Brigandine are still being made by Matrix to this day. Luminant Brigade. I'd be up for it. Who awakens me from my slumber? Give me a pizza. My hand mouths want pizza. Thank you, random motorbike man, for making a lot of noise during my stream. Alundra and Landstalker. Yep, that's why the art style is exactly the same. Same is true of, like, if you look at the artwork in Shining Force 1 and how they kind of approach the artwork there. I mean, especially like the Japanese side. Yeah, if you look at Shining Force 1, Shining and the Darkness, the Japanese version, and then Landstalker, they all have a very similar art style. They have the same artist. And then Bosch, Alundra. Flexing their muscles, dude. The seagulls have upgraded to motorbikes. Shit, they're learning. You can't find Luminant Brigade. That's a lot of birds. My god, dude. I wish I didn't, yeah. Shit. Look at this shit, dude. You know what? Let's get rid of those three back there. Didn't crack. Good. Yeah, exactly. I was just saying that earlier myself, Dark Wolf. How it's really dumb that like the monsters can kind of come together, but they're not together. Like there were two enemies, there were two bees, and they were just different groups. And I was like, what? Are they not friends or something? They just like before I encountered them, were they just having an absolute natter? They weren't too happy with each other just before I arrived. I did grab that. Oh, shit. Now, Aiden, don't have your fire staff crack, because you can kill those things, right? It's very annoying that that didn't kill them all. Don't fall asleep, Char. Adina, shit! Like, literally the only one I didn't want to fall asleep, dude. Okay. A group of bees and a bee. Ah! It is a very DQ thing, yeah. Oh, oh, ooh. BB is best B. It's not cracking, which is great. I get a lot of usage of this fire staff, you know? That's a drop and a half, that is. An awesome blow. Yo, Dark Wolf, thank you very much for promoting yourself to the fighting class. Hello, lads. Step out the caravan, join us on the front lines. This game reminds you of Etrian Odyssey. Hell yeah. The both being dungeon crawlers is definitely a big part of that. It's a lot of green goo. Oh, a long story, Zafida. I really should have a command for it, so I don't have to explain it all the time. Essentially, when it first went public, it was used in a very... At least, when it first went public, I saw it being used in a way that was very... I guess aggressive is the way to say. So I have a very negative connotation with the emote. Yeah, ridiculing. It's meant, obviously it's an emote to use just to laugh, but when it first went public, it was during a lot of speedrunning of Super Mario Odyssey, and I saw it being used to laugh at runners losing runs rather than to laugh with runners having a good time. So it just has a negative connotation with me. That's all. But fear not, I'm sure you will find plenty of other ways to share your mirth. Joy. Yeah. Huh, I don't think... I guess you could say that, Johnny. I guess you could say that. I do want to have a laughing emote, like actually part of my emote settings. That is terrifying. Right. It's going okay, I think. We haven't died yet, yeah, that is a good thing. Only one crab as well, yeah. Where the fuck am I going? I feel like I've been going around in circles here. I am going around in circles. I'm an absolute idiot. Because that's back where the grim thingy was. I'm playing on a console, yeah. In terms of all the games, I own all of them bar one. The games in the list, at least. I own all of them bar one. But a couple of the games I did emulate for the purposes of this event because I didn't have access to a particular version. So I own, for example, Shining Wisdom, Shining Force CD, and Final Conflict are the three games. Final Conflict is the only one I don't own. Shining Force CD I don't own in the CD format, but I own the games in which that it's based on. Because I don't own the Sega CD extension. And Wisdom I only own in Japanese, so it's like those three. Oh no, sorry, and Final Conflict was Game Gear only, and it only came out in Japan. So I use an English translation to play through it. But eventually I'll be able to have just like one thing on emulator. But it's hard to get all these games in a streamable format. Mainly the Game Gear games are the hardest because I don't know how on earth you can stream from a Game Gear. My Game Gear, bless it, is dead, sadly. So it's like there, it works ish, but it's like exactly, Dark Wolf. That's what I'm gonna see. Is can we get video out on the mini on the Game Gear Micros? Because if we can get video out on the Game Gear Micros, then I'm sorted for Camelot Month forever. Because I think after this year, I will definitely know Shining Wisdom well enough to play it in Japanese, and then I can just go pure console from here on out, which is pretty amazing. I wouldn't need the big window. Tips on how to stop a cat eating a Game Gear Micro. Don't ever let the cat near the Game Gear Micro. Put it away in a box. The cat would have to eat the box to then eat the Micro. The wide gear. I could, yeah, go with the camera pointed at the screen. I could do that. Yeah, make sure the cat doesn't know it's important is also a good one. Because cats can smell fear, can't they? They're like, oh, they don't want me to do this. And then you're like, oh god, it knows. It is 1 inch. The Game Gear micro screen is 1 inch. Free microscope. Oh shit. $45 damage. Twice. Oh man. Gonna get off to a quick start here. Yeah. So the left had nowhere to go, did it? And then that one was, yeah, there. Okay, sure, sure. Super Game Gear cart for SG. I really want to use the fire staff. God, that's bullshit. I hate this restriction I put on myself. Why did I make that a thing? Oh. Oh, nice crit. Cheers, mate. Because I know that my suffering is your entertainment. Nothing beats Schadenfreude, right? And that's the corner it's getting, yeah. So. Yeah, I'm a doodle bear. Come with pens for writing on. Let's go, Aiden. You flex your muscles, baby. Damn. Huh. You came across a Shadowrun complete in box. I don't know if that's good, honestly, mate. I won't lie to you. I know nothing about Shadowrun. I don't even know what kind of game it is. All I know is it is a game that I've definitely heard of before. I'm sorry. How's it going? That's a roll. Defense 2, attack 2. Sod off, mate. Attack number 3, Peter. Nope. Oh yeah, left is where the goo was. Okay, I have to do this. I just need to keep an eye on Adina's MP. How's it going there, Crimson? Someone's been poisoned. Just to let you know, this is not a speedrun right now. I'm just doing a casual play. But I will be learning the speedrun as part of my incentives for Camelot Month. The speedrun is really cool for this game. It had a major breakthrough recently, where a huge sequence break was found. Allowing a lot of skipping of the game. Essentially, we don't even go in the speedrun. Well, I don't really want to spoil too much if you haven't seen it before, but it's got some pretty surprising outcomes. Healer fruit. Who is poisoned, actually? Wow, okay. Again, I don't want to go below 9, because my restriction on this floor is I cannot use items. And I have the fire staff, so it's actually a big thing, right, that I can't use that. Because the fire staff is good. How's it going there, I see MLM? I did actually want to actually have a chat with you about the run, because there were some things that I wasn't quite sure about, elements of it, like the setup. I haven't looked through the sr.com guides too much just yet, but if all the information is in there, then that's great. I'll have a look at it then. But depoison. Oh, it doesn't kill. Great. That would. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the stuff. So all the milestones in terms of people's like, if they're not confused, if they're not sure when things are happening, the main schedule of the game is getting through all the games the one time, and then obviously with the incentives that are happening and with the things, because majority of the incentives, as you see, are not additional content. It's just changing the main content. Then all the stuff. So some of the runs I'm going to be doing are going to be speed runs that have like specific attachments, like the Golden Sun thing. It will just be an any %, no S&Q, but you know, either will then have in the middle of that, I might have, you know, some stuff added on. But all the stuff that's going to be happening in terms of the milestones are going to be additional content at the end of the month. So like at the end of the main schedule, I will kind of like basically get some like a schedule together for the post main schedule. Think of it as an encore, if you will. It'll probably be like an extra few days. The ultimate secret. Yeah, the ultimate secret. The ultimate secret's a bit of fun. I know what it is, obviously. If I didn't know what it was, that'd be really bad. I remember this part of the dungeon. There's like a little loop inside here. But my MP is low, and I need to make sure that I use less by the time I get here next time. Reminds me, the bit I just did, there was a side of it I didn't do. I'm gonna go back. I know, do you? Sadly, or thankfully you don't. Because then when I reveal it, you can be like, ah. Yeah, I found a prototype of Shining Force 4, let's play it. Man, I wish. Jesus balls, like... you know when there's like certain types of fights that you don't want to take? Getting absolutely cheddared here. This is not good. Thank you. The no item is actually really bad because I do have this fire staff drop, and it would just make such a light work of this. I've got... Okay. What would I do if there was a death grin outside my door? With those knobbly knees? What I would do, I would offer the death grin fish and chips, and then the seagulls will take it from there. Oh dear, the seagulls have got it. Yeah, see, yeah, exactly. I think. Going down there is just, that cuts that line out. So... I don't have to deal with that line of bullshit. Hello, chest. I made an error there, AC. I couldn't remember if you needed... It was meant to be Peter, Adina, and Chaz, right? But I got the positionings wrong. I thought that Milo was on... I thought that Milo was on the right and Pyro was in the middle. So what I did is I did Peter space Adina space Chaz, but you don't need to add a space in. It's just you just put it straight in. So I did, yeah. And it was just a nightmare. No. I just put a space in. Oh fuck a doodle bollocks. That's not good. I think I'm dead. Can I run from this shit? Don't die. Not now. 52. I wanted to heal, but I couldn't, because then I'd have 8 for my aggress. Fuck. Yeah, I knew it was 5 letters each, but I guess you just don't need the space. Like, yeah, I think you just don't put a space in each of them, because I press the forward button, right, and it creates like a little space, but you don't need that unless the first one is a space, but there's not a space after Adina's name, Pyro's name. Yeah, I just got it the wrong way around. It was meant to be Chaz and Adina, but I put it in as Adina and Chaz with spaces, and it caused all kinds of shit. To be fair, I've had worse things. One of my scariest encounters is going to be, again, remember that my restriction is that when I get to the lighthouse, to the Labyrinth Proper, I cannot flee. So when I come across the death wailing root things, there's like these little pink, they're like mandragoras basically, and they scream and wail in pain, and that can proc D-Soul. And I had a run. There's a clip somewhere where I was at everyone was at that full HP. I encountered a Mandragora, opened the fight by screaming, and killed my entire party. That's pretty good. Is it 5.5 for the Thorn? That is shit. I have 4.1. Could get the longsword, but the thing is, I'm getting a one-shot anyway. Yeah, I haven't got enough. I need a little bit more to grab the Thorn Whip. If I could get the bull whip, that'd be fine, I guess. In the interim, is the bull whip the drop? Well, because I could have sworn I could have bought the bull whip, and then the Thorn Whip was a deal. But I guess the bull whip's the drop. No worries, Gilius. Later, bro. I've got all the big deals picked up. I don't want any of the shields because I've got the main Gorsh and Mardu. No. Yes. Buy. Helmet. Could do this. Because I've only got the leather helm currently for What's His Balls, and I haven't got anything else. It helps. It helps for the longer skirmishes. Yeah, Android, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I could do this. It would put me back a lot more in the money for stuff. So what I might do is I might only buy one because I want to keep some money because I want to be able to grab the Thorn Whip when I can. I do know she can't equip it. Yes. Oh, I don't actually know. Are the other characters actually like referenced anywhere else? Because like obviously the weapon shop is Gilius Thunderhead from what's it called? But what's the armorer from? Is he, or I guess he's just a randomer, but Bosch, +6, that'll do. Just wasn't sure if all three of them were references. Yeah, Gilius is from Golden Axe, but I'm not sure about him. The weapon store owner is from Golden Axe. But this guy, I don't know. Oh, okay. Unless the armorer is also from there. I really wish that once you defeated this thing, it was just done forever. But no. Oh, Christ. Welcome. Also, someone who knows probably would remember. I don't remember this actual specific. If I miss, okay, sparks crackle. Never mind. I won't use that again. I'll just. I can find out now, basically, so no need to worry. I wasn't quite sure, but I will have my answer momentarily. Oh yeah, you need to be fixed first. Hacha! I really wish we would attack the other one, that's fine. It doesn't say. I was just wondering if there was like a way you could see that something's cracked. I need a reminder that that thing is cracked. My gunbreaker. No, not that. I will use my Ryu. When Ryu is, I don't know, not propped up, it's cracked. When you're propped up, something's fine. Is it on VC? This game? This game, I think, is on the Wii VC. But you can't pick anything up from that anymore, so get destroyed. The game is available on Steam. You can get Shining in the Darkness, Shining Force 1, and Shining Force 2 on Steam for like £1 or £2. And well, the Wii store, the Wii shop channel got shut down. The Wii U VC, I'm not too sure about. It's still up, but I'm not sure if it's on there, if you know what I mean. You can also get this on the Mega Drive collection, which is available on Switch, PS4, or even Steam, I'm pretty sure. You get the whole collection of all 50 games, which comes with this, SF1, SF2, all the Phantasy Stars, well, Phantasy Star 2, 3, 4, and Landstalker as well. So there's some good shit that you can try out. Yeah, the Mega Drive collection is pretty damn sweet. Otherwise known as the Genesis collection, of course, if you're from America. But yeah, that's currently I think that's currently 85% off on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. Someone mentioned it at the beginning of the week that they started funnily enough, they started a massive deal for the collection on the day that I started this. I should probably contact Sega and be like, are you being kind to me unnecessarily? How about Gaiden CDs? They're not available apart from on console, basically. Or, you know, the way I did it, via the emulation. But I can't help you source that. I'm happy to talk about it, but I can't source that. But CD's really good. Gaiden 2, however, like only one of the Gaiden games came west. Gaiden 1 and Gaiden 3 didn't. So Final Conflict, the one that I played recently. Gaiden 2 did come west on the Game Gear, but it's also available on the 3DS. So if you have a 3DS, you can go to the eShop on 3DS and you can pick up Gaiden 2 there, which I was actually just having a little replay of that recently. So you can play that there in English, obviously. It's pretty cool. It's lovely to hear those Shining Force just playing it in like a 8-bit fashion. It's really cool. And of course, if you're an absolute legend, you can pick up the Game Gear Micro Yellow. The yellow and red ones are so good, dude. Like the yellow one has obviously the Shining Forces, all 3 Gaidens, and some Puyo Puyo stuff. But then the red one has Last Bible 1 and 2. So like original Mega 10 stuff. That is pretty hot. Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? Like, of course we love Shining, but that's why we're here watching, or me playing. Me playing and you guys, you know, watching and talking and enjoying the stuffs. Because Shining's important to us. But really, it's just like with anything in the RPG sphere, it's just so tiny in comparison to what the actual, like, popular and important things are for companies. Like, I can sit there and be like, yeah, Capcom, go ahead and make Breath of Fire, you know, 7. You know, you've done Devil May Cry 5, you brought Resi back, we are ready for the Breath of Fire. But they're sitting there going, but Breath of Fire sold like 100k. No one's going to buy it. Because like a million sales in an RPG is like unbelievable. Like, that's really good. Whereas like all the big shit, all the big stuff that sells like a million is like a paltry amount. So. My sexy voice. That's very kind of you to say. Although, to me it just sounds like it's just endlessly... I shouldn't have done that. Walk backwards over the water. To me it just sounds like I'm just droning on. But I appreciate the kindness all the same. Game Gear Micro Appreciation Month. Yeah. Let's do it. Oh no, not that one. Next one. Yeah, Shining Force costs a lot. Especially CD. Like, I picked up Shining the Holy Ark, and that was like 140. And I had to pick that up because the first time I played Shining the Holy Ark was Camelot Month 1. There were some games I hadn't played from Camelot, but I would try to get them, and I played Holy Ark and just fucking loved it. Like, it is absolutely amazing, and I was like, right, I'm buying it. I'm buying it, and because I saw it there for 140, and I knew that was too much money for a game, but Holy Ark is incredible. If you're a fan of this game, right? If you're a fan of this game and you like this game, and you haven't played Holy Ark, go and play Holy Ark, because it just does everything this game does. I feel Holy Ark does better. I mean, obviously there are, I don't know, maybe there are elements that don't, but like, it's one thing I've always found Camelot have been good at, in my personal perspective, is that maybe it's the reason that I'm a massive fan of sequels, because like, I love my sequels, right? Most people are a big fan of the original games in a lot of things, but I'm actually a huge fan of sequels across the board. And I think why it is because I played a lot of Camelot sequels, kind of thing. You know, like TLA is just like everything that Golden Sun 1 was, but more. And you know, Holy Ark is everything that this game is and more. They have a really good way of having a original concept and just improving upon it in pretty much every way. From my personal perspective, again, that is like it may not be the case across the board, but Holy Ark is on the Sega Saturn. Now, again, the Saturn is a console that not many people had. That is a literal miracle that it works in its own regard. And it's a real shame because the Saturn has an amazing library of games on it. But, yeah, just hardly anyone had one. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's one of those things that I feel that having played this and then playing Holy Ark, I was like, dang. I really enjoyed Darkness, but Holy Ark just... all the little callbacks, all the little moments and everything about it that just screamed the original. You know, but just like, hey, this is the original, but we're doing all this stuff with it extra, and I was just like, oh man. And then also because I'd played Darkness and I'd played Golden Sun, having Holy Ark being this kind of this stunning middle ground between the two was also really cool, because you know, I'd played Golden Sun and I'd loved all the systems in that with the Jin system and, you know, the turn-based combat in that regard. And then playing Holy Ark was like, this is a dungeon crawler just like Darkness, and it does all the similar things that does, and has a real sense of the RPG part of it. Then it's got promotions just like Shining Force, and then it's got a pixie system which is reminiscent of, which is obviously like a prototype Jin system. It just, maybe it was just me getting lucky about when I played Holy Ark, but it just ticked every single box. Like, it literally shot up from a game I hadn't played to my third favourite Camelot game, just immediately. There was nothing that any other game could have done. They didn't stand a chance. But yeah, I think the moment that really like cemented Holy Ark as like an experience that I just needed to play again and again was, it was so dumb. It was so dumb. Again, there's a clip of this in Camelot Month 1. I just promoted Rhodey from, you know, a ninja, from his regular ninja to like high ninja or whatever he becomes. I can't remember the name of his promoted class. But his like upgraded class, I was just doing a fight with him and he crit. And the crit animation is Slade's attacking animation in promotion in Shining Force 2. Which is a dumb thing, but it's just such a tiny little reference that I absolutely adored. And I just was like, that's Slade's animation! And yeah, I was done. That's it. I loved the game. It was so dumb that was the reason I enjoyed it, but it's true. What a fucking game, though. My brother wasn't here at the time. He wasn't with me. I think he was living elsewhere at the time. It was before he, because like, yeah, we lived together for a little bit, but it was before he like moved in with me. But yeah, that was a moment. Seeing Slade's animations. Yeah. Oh, fuck me, dude. More of this. Albert Odyssey. I played Albert Odyssey last year. Interesting game. Really weirdly balanced. The ending of the game's balance was bullshit. And the final dungeon can just piss off. Okay, let's just eat into our MP reserves. Just down here. There's the chest. False idol. Yo, Dr. Puffin's... Jesus, fuck. $500. Holy shit. Thank you very much indeed. Wow. Thank you very much for the $500 donation. As a lover of the Shining series and a neurologist, I just want to show my support for Camelot Month and Bowie. Well, thank you very much, dude. That is absolutely insane. If there's anything you want to put that incentive, if there's any incentives you want to put that money towards, let me know. But wow, thank you very much indeed. That has hit the 4K mark as well. So that's another milestone down. Holy crap. There was also the 10 earlier that I needed to add on. I don't think I added it on, or did I? Did I add that on? I think I did actually, yes I did. But thank you, bloody Nora. Again, every bit of money, a portion of the amount raised is going towards the Motor Neurone Disease Association. Motor Neurone Disease, obviously also known as ALS in America, so a very important cause for me, and a very good one overall. So thank you for supporting them as well as supporting my channel. So I greatly appreciate it. And obviously, yeah, it's just lovely to see fellow fans of this series. So thank you. Don't quite know what else to say, really. But yeah, that's really, really kind of you to share that kind of money. Sorry about the yellow flashes. Burst does that. Sorry, I need to focus on making sure I don't die here. But yeah, that's very, very kind. I need to update the milestone, actually. I can't believe that we're at the end of the first week and we're already here. Like, what on earth? Okay. I mean, sick prophet. The only thing I worry about is that the ultimate secret is... People will be like, oh, really? Like, the ultimate secret is, I think, pretty cool myself. But, right. I need to see where I am, because I went through a big roundabout thing. Okay, I'm back there. Okay, and then that's the thing where you go the other line and the thing. Okay, cool. So behind me is where I was, which is fine. The search button animation has some sick dance moves. Oh yeah, there's this. I forgot about that. Certain enemies, like if they're all together, they'll do like a big old thing. remember that. 1, 2. Is this a ghost? I want to say this is a ghost. I just have a vibe, you know? You know when you just kind of get a feeling? Oh no. Group of 7 show up. Yeah, because isn't it like the amount of them dancing times 10 damage, isn't it? So it's like, yeah, they can just like pop you for... They can just pop you for a shit ton. I knew it was a ghost. Let me guess, turn 1 D-Soul. Okay, just an attack. 48 though, Jesus Christ. Fuck. That's so bad. Why does that always land, dude? Like, surely... I have awful luck with insta-death. That's all you need to know. There's a great bit I noticed. I also noticed really randomly. I was checking some of my old VODs back. There's actually a lot more to go. I just realised we're getting closer towards the end. Like this is the kind of like the nearing the end of it. There's a lot more for me to check. Oh yeah, of course. What's her MP actually? 43. Okay, I can do this. I think. I just hope there's no more ghosts. But I just had a vibe that was a ghost. I don't know why I had that vibe, but I just did. Yeah. So there's I was having a look at my old solo Bowie run a little bit earlier. Yeah, I was doing a solo Bowie run, and for some reason it's got a metric fuck ton of views on. It's like outranks like every other video I've ever put up somehow. Don't know why, but someone clipped, basically put in like a little timer. I clicked it, and it was my first engagement with Red Baron. I literally just like set up to engage with Red Baron. He ran up, D-sold, and procced it from full HP on my hero. It's like, thanks, mate. What the fuck? And there's me sitting there going like, yeah, I'll be fine. It's only good for the opponents. It's not good for us. They just take a lot of time, because there's 5 of them as well. They just take a while. It's really annoying. Eventually they'll try it. I don't know why they just focus on It seems like the order of priority is they want to attack Milo, then Peter, and then Pyro. I just feel like Pyro never gets attacked. Ever. Can't remember how far it is. Can we not? Also, AC, I feel like you might get a kick out of my my Kaiser Crabs yesterday. The first time I was ready to engage Kaiser Crab, I was like, I was just saying before I went into the encounter, I was like, if I get a crit, the fight's pretty much done. But if he gets a crit, I can't win. The fight opened up, he started and crit me, so that was good. Can we not? There's a lot more to this dungeon, isn't there? Can we not? And then afterwards, I think the second time, I was again trying to get through him, and he, like, I think he crit me again, but like much later on. I don't know. I missed 3 times as well. I missed a metric fuck ton of times. Okay, no more ghosts at least. And then I was talking about the different kinds of RNG, and exactly, I'd got bodied twice, and then I was talking about karmic RNG. How about the British always seem to get like a reckoning of sorts. If you get destroyed, everything will go great for a little while, but if you get everything going perfect, you're going to get fucked. Yeah, and I got destroyed like twice by the Kaiser Crab, and then fought him a 3rd time and destroyed him. It's kind of funny. Right. How have I still not got enough money, dude? 5.3. Is there anything I can sell? I do need to fix the fire staff whilst I'm here. Have I got nothing to sell? Ah, that's poo. That's poo. Enter then. I don't really use smelling salts. I just kind of go on the proviso that I'm going to be fine. Bad idea, I guess, but I haven't died yet to the full paralysis. I know you can, but I haven't died just yet to it. Where do we do that then? Is it you? I guess I can't fix anything. I think it's... Is it the smith? Yeah, I think I can't fix until that tent opens, but I think only opens when you defeat all 4 trials. Yeah, it's a long walk. At least remember it well enough. It's a pretty, like, the way you need to go is it's quite linear in that regard. Like, a bunch of them have like loads of different ways you can go, and you can go the wrong way. But this one seems like it's quite straightforward compared to others. Because like Courage has the loop. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the 4th trial. That's going to be a fun one for me today. An awesome blow. Defense 2, hell yeah. That's good. I guess as well, like for the run itself, you're a lot lower level. So this would be bullshit in the run, but welcome to running this video game, I guess. Leather shield. Going to 15 in the first trial. Yeah, I guess you can get through. I mean, yeah, you don't really need to be. The difficulty scaling in the trials isn't the biggest part of them. It's just the length usually, and like I feel like the trials. Like, yeah, like there is obviously a difference in difficulty, but it's not like massive between all 3. Finally, Blast level 2. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take my first break of the day because I've been going for 3 hours and haven't had a break yet, so I'm going to do that. Thank you for watching thus far, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show and enjoying the month. I'll be back in just a little bit. Going to get some more tea because tea's very important. Make sure you get yourself a tea, and hopefully those mugs start arriving so people can have tea in their Camelot Month 3 mugs. How about that? But yeah, I'll be back in just a mo. I'm going to play some ads as I normally do, but enjoy the music. It is a very short loop of about 20 seconds, so enjoy that. I'll see you momentarily. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back with more Camelot Month in just a little while. Thank you. Welcome back to Camelot Month 3! I hope you enjoyed listening to that very short repeat of music, looking at a very interesting screen, which is just a set of stairs. My intention was that it would be, you know, the excitement of what's down the stairs. But I also know that it could come across heavily as boring as all hell. So welcome back to Camelot Month 3. A celebration of all things Camelot RPGs. We're on to our third trial here in Shining in the Darkness. Bodied. This particular trial is no items. Again, the restrictions that are in place are not actually in the game. They're personal restrictions I'm putting on myself, so I'm using no items here. I've done my no magic challenge, my no physical challenge, and no item challenge. So this is the last one. The fourth challenge is very, very different, and it's really stupid that I did it on that one because of what the mission is for the next one. But I felt it was the right thing to do to really get so you guys really get the most out of this particular challenge. How's it going there, Rhett? Progress is going fine, thank you. We're on our way. Yeah, again, a reminder that all of the... How's it going there, May? All of the money raised for this event obviously does keep me supported, but also it supports the Motor Neurone Disease Association. I do like to mention this kind of element of it a fair bit, just because it's an important part of the event. Yo, Kinort, thank you very much for gifting us up to May the Ranger. It's very kind of you, Kinort. Cheers for the support, dude. Also, May, I hope Peter is enjoying the playthrough, if they are indeed watching the playthrough. So Peter is a good friend of May's, and so she wanted to name... And, yeah, she wanted to name Peter... hero in this game, Peter, after him. So, if you are watching, Peter, hello. I hear you're a big fan of this game, so it's a really cool game. It's nice to hear people really like this, because it's a really, really good game, and a lot of the earlier Shining stuff doesn't get as much time in the spotlight, I feel, especially on Twitch. There are great people out there who do play it and do spend a bit of time on it, which is kind of nice to see. But yeah, Peter with the awesome blow, 101 damage. Would I ever do another event for a different gaming franchise? I had an idea for one that I really wanted to do, and it's an amazing name for the event as well. But I just fear that if I say the name of the event but don't do it myself, that someone will steal my idea, and then I will cry bitterly deep into the night. You've never seen it in action. It's a very, very cool dungeon crawler, and it's really, really good, and it's kind of like a nice combination. I've been talking about this throughout the game, throughout the playthrough, obviously, but people kind of pop in and perhaps haven't heard or are curious about the thing. Anyway, blur. Words, difficult when you're trying to play a game. normally very good when it comes to commentary with it at this point, but it's a little bit ad hoc. Don't die to those dudes. But yeah, it is a dungeon crawler, yes, but it does lean a lot more into kind of a very traditional JRPG style in terms of the way it feels as a game individually, which I think is a very, very nice thing and a good element of the game. And if you're a big fan of this game, I think people should really look forward to Shining the Holy Ark, because Shining the Holy Ark is a gameplay sequel to this. It's the beginning of Shining Force 3's canon. So Shining the Holy Ark takes place years before Shining Force 3 happens. But in terms of its gameplay and feel, it's very much a sequel to this. With amazing music and amazing animations, it's pretty damn sweet. So far we've managed to use as minimal MP as possible, focusing on just attacking right now. The franchise was the Mana series. So the top 2 shelves of my thingy behind me. So we're doing Camelot month, but then Mana down here. But the thing is, like, the thing about this event and what makes it unique, in my opinion, as an event, is that this is not about a series of games. This is not about the Shining series. And I know that might hurt some people's feelings. I don't know. It's not about the Shining series. It is, to a degree, obviously, but it's not about Shining as a series. This event is about Camelot. Camelot developed that series, yes. The early part of that series. But it's really a bit weird because it's about a development team in particular. Where most people tend to do like a franchise, like I'll do all the Final Fantasies. I wanted to do something a bit more specific to a development team because it's a development team that I love just how they approach games and the experience that I get with all of them, regardless of the type of game, be it a strategy RPG, be it a dungeon crawler, be it a traditional JRPG. Regardless of all of those, I still feel I have a very exciting and unique experience with them. Even if the gameplay is different, there's something that is categorically of that development team. Like, I just know it's a Camelot game. Which is great. The floors are not randomized. They have the same floors every single time you play the game. I have been through this a few times now, this particular floor, so I know where I'm going in this floor. I also remember I've played this is like my 5th time playing the game. So I've done it 3 times for Camelot month, and I played it a couple of times casually, I want to say. So I don't remember everything about the floors, but I remember specific things about certain floors. Like, there's a thing I just remember. Like, I remembered in Courage that there's like the 2 loops of green goo that take away your MP, but I remember characteristics of certain things, but not everything about them. So there may be things that you'll see me just do, and it looks like I know everything about the game, but I don't. Half of it is me blindly stabbing through the dark, and some of it is me being smart. Hello, this is good. Shining in the darkness. PogChamp. Okay, cool. So this is where I got to last time, but I ran out of MP, and Aiden had also got one shot again by a ghost because D-Soul just loves to always work. I think the percentage chance of it working is hit chance equals 25%, and then in brackets times 4 if player equals Bowie. I don't know if that's true, but that's just, you know, I don't know if that's the actual numbers that are built into the code, but I have, you know, I have looked into it a little bit. Oh, this bit. I remember this, yeah. So there's loads of... This is like an open section. This is the final 1 in 8 per... Okay, yeah, so it's a 1 in 8 chance per use times 8 if player equals Bowie. Great, thank you for confirming that one. How's it going, Chichi? But yeah, like Camelot work with a lot of these kind of things. Like in Shining Force, all of the chances for doubling and countering, all that kind of stuff is by default a 1 in 32. And then there's a 1 in 16 or a 1 in 8 chance based on different things. So yeah, 1 in 8s, 1 in 16s, and 1 in 32s are a lot of what Camelot tend to work with in terms of their stuff. Can we please not get caught by surprise? Yeah. I think the only time it goes beyond the 1 in 8 is in Golden Sun, where the proc chance of the ghosts, when you're haunted, the ghosts have like a 1 in 4 chance to deal 4 times. Yeah, the damage you deal, you take like a chunk of it back. There's like a 1 in 4 chance of it dealing back the damage you deal, or a quarter of the damage you deal. Great, big fan. Fan. Ooh, plus 12. Get in my mouth. I love the Mardu, man. Oh no, it doesn't deal exactly the amount of damage you deal back. It's a quarter of the damage you deal. It's still enough to kill you when you're doing like speedrun strats. If you're doing courthouse strats in Golden Sun, which is how we... Courthouse strats are a very particular set of strategies for the end game in Golden Sun 1, where basically we cast Judgment every other turn. You'll deal like over $1,000 in terms of damage, and it will always be enough to one-shot Isaac. I don't actually know what... I mean, my only guess would be that they're similar in this to other games that Camelot have made, but I'm not sure in terms of how consistent elements of it are. So, in Golden Sun, you have a chance to flee based on your average level versus the enemy's average level, and then every time you fail, it's plus 20% chance to flee. Like a flat 20%. If your chance to flee is 80%, you're guaranteed to flee the next time. And I'm not sure if it uses something somewhat similar in this, like average level. So like the amount of enemies there are and the types of enemies there are could actually give you a better chance to flee. That would be my assumption, but you could probably... it is similar in this game, yeah. Okay, cool. Heroes level, okay. And an encounter zones level. Okay. Plus 25% per failed attempt. Nice. Fuck-a-doodle. Check it out. Turn 1 D-Soul on Aiden, killing him. Oh no, just a turn, just an attack. was that damage? No one died! Literally the best gamer in the world, dude. Awesome blow. Yeah. No encounters. Yeah, being level based. Yeah, you have to have a certain minimum level to actually prevent the encounters. Yeah, that's the same in Golden Sun as well. What is the percentage chance actually of getting an encounter in this game? Because it feels like, I mean, because obviously there are times when you move once and you get an encounter like all the time, but. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the same as a void in Golden Sun. That you need to be of a minimum level with your with the caster. That was bad targeting. Per frame basis. I thought PS4 worked on a step basis. I know that you have like 9 steps free when you finish an encounter in PS4, but how's it going there as well? Is that Sold Moon? Yeah, the track is really simple, but it's really effective. Yeah. Apparently the task is nuts and just crazy to see. Nice. Oh. This is where we get the girl as well. Yeah. Get me out of here! Jessa. What's the matter? Jesus! She's buff. Rune key. Now that's the key that opens up those doors. Fuck me. Okay. Let's go last. Do 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 do. PS3 sets it. Yeah. Fair enough. You want to get as many of those 75s as possible then. That'd be hard. Okay. That's the end of this one, I think. Okay, runs into trouble means that you get the start. You get the free flee. Most of them tend to call it, you know, advantage or preemptive. But here it's called running into trouble. Bless it. Here we go. Whee! Whee! Bloody Nora, can we... Thank you. It's even more than I thought. Okay, cool. So behind me is the way I want to go. Oh man. LOL. Let's not have any of these guys survive, please? Please? I'd rather not have to deal with 50 damage. Oh, Blast 2 is good though. The puddles, they can sometimes have enemies in them. On this floor, it would be a massive seahorse that hits for like 50 twice, so they're pretty tricky. Sometimes they're also the killer wave, which is giving us a big old hey guys. Oh, do you mean the PS3 task? Do you mean, AC? I wonder, do I have suppression of a? Do I have it? Yeah, it's no use. Not strong enough, right? Just yet. That's a lot of lizards. Well, yeah, walking backwards onto the tile where the puddle is, and then turning around and going past it means you don't get the encounter. Yeah, they did fix that in Holy Ark. In Holy Ark, if there's a puddle on the floor behind you and you walk up to it backwards, you will turn around and just encounter it if you proc the encounter. Because again, those tiles do have an encounter. You don't always get it, but it's usually it's most likely that you're going to get it in those scenarios. Though I will say that. There's still a lot more to do here, isn't there? Which is making me very upset. I think this is a call for a biscuit. I think need a bicky. Give me the bicky. Sorry, these bastards. Back attacking me and using screen, please. I wouldn't say it's an overlook or an oversight. By saying fix, I mean they added it in. I think it is an intended feature to walk backwards. I don't know. Who can? So, how about we stop this? Because this is bullshit, isn't it? I'm getting a lot of defense this run. There we go. You've done well, Peter. You have passed the trial of truth. If it be truth you seek, then step forward. Ah. That's 3 out of 4, my friends. And then after that, it's no more fleeing when we hit the proper. Which is not going to be ideal. Right, I've got a metric fuck ton of money. 9k! So I can pick up the Thorn Whip. Which is going to be good. Obviously, I'm going to be getting my Dark Block in this next place, which gives me... the Hex Whip. We always make the Hex Whip. Because that's just too good to pass up. Okay. So I've got a shield I can sell, an armor piece I can sell, and another armor piece I can sell. Hemp rope can go, which is even more money for me, which is kind of good. Shield can go, don't need that. And then the leather armor too. She does look astonished. It's really, really cool, like how they, when the inventory says like BAM! Hi! And she's like, ah! Pretty good. It's good fun. Okay. So I've got a lot of stuff. Deals. What have we got in the deals? I bought the magic mirror, which is actually going to be helpful now. The rune key allows me to open any gated doors, so that's the next one is behind a gated door. There is some chests that were behind gated doors in the first 2 trials. I don't remember them being like super intense, but you know. There's Mithril there. I do want to keep that in mind. Grabbing the Mithril, you can get like I think one of the best axes for Milo. If you give him the Mithril axe, it's like I think it's his best weapon. There is the flail and the flail and something else which hits 2 and 3 times in a row. They're very, very weak and they are good, but I think that the Mithril axe's attack is enough to outstrip it, especially early on. When you get to later on, it might be less of an issue, but yeah, there's good stuff there. Oh, I can buy another Mardu, can I? Buy 2 Mardus rather than having a main Gorsh. That'd be pretty good, actually. I didn't know I could buy 2. It is good, but like the difference in the attack is huge. And this is what I mean that earlier on. There's the flail, then there's the big flail that hits 3. It's definitely good, and I think it's definitely one of his best weapons, hitting 3 times. But I think there are like sweet spots where the Mithril Axe would be superior, because the damage being dealt is enough of an increase. As I say, the stronger you get, I think the less more attack power means. So earlier on, the Mithril Axe would be really, really good, and then as you get stronger, strip back to the super flail, which would be super nice. That would be my personal approach anyway. Because again, like, stats make a huge difference earlier on than they do later on. So, okay. The bronze armor, I could grab that. I could grab another Mardu and put that over the main Gorsh. Because the Mardu's really good, honestly. Absolutely. This is what I mean, that like the later on. Again though, like yeah, this is why, like, as I say, stats, because stats are a lot lower generally in like a lot of Camelot's games. The calculations are a bit more specific, and you can find ups and downs to it. Not yet, mate. I think for this next encounter place, I want to grab the Thorn Whip. I'm going to replace it with the Hex Whip, but... could get the longsword too. Hell yeah. +5 attack, and it hits every enemy in a group. It's pretty damn good. This is why we like the whips. And this is why the Hex Whip's so good, because it's like a massive increase when you get it. And again, the curses in this game are things you can kind of like, you get your first attack off and then something happens to you. So when it comes to the Hex Whip, you're usually able to like get a massive bit of damage out and like get your worth from the curse. And then by the time you're in the next fight, it clears, because it doesn't stick together. It's only for the fight. And she can break free of the whip as well if she does get tangled up by it anyway. So the Hex Whip's really good. It's a really solid pickup. I still can't fix that Flame Staff because I need the thing first. Let's sell the main Gorsh. I'm going to go buy a second Mardu. This game came before Shining Force, so that's not Gort. That's Gilius Thunderhead from Golden Axe. The dwarf in Golden Axe. Not everyone would know him as Gilius. Yeah, it's like a 30 to 50% chance. So good, dude. Oh, we have one. Do you think if you wore a bow in your hair, used a knife, and took up archery, they would call you Bowie Bowed Bow using hero? Oh, bow using. They might do. They might do. Might do. It took me a while to get through that. Looking pretty good. Okay. I could go and do all of the rune stuff with the rune key, but I really can't be asked. And again, there's nothing major in there that if I miss out on it, that the run will be really. I say the playthrough will be like suckered by it. Check this shit out. So good. Thank you. I think it's pretty good. It could be better, but well, I mean, the only thing is that my flame staff is cracked, so I can't use it right now, which I would really love to, because Blaze 3 is so good. I sadly can't use it though because it is cracked. Can I kill it without even using the thing now? Peter, no! That's poo. Do 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 do. I took a bow after every opponent I defeated. It's fun. I don't need to kill these enemies. It is fun having setups to be able to do this. Right then. Oh, shit. Wonder if you can figure out what my restriction is on this one. That was close. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Cheers, stream tuning. It's going okay so far, yeah. Tarantia. Oh really? There's another key? Okay. I thought that was the key that opened that one. Yeah, my restriction is correct. Calandra had it. The restriction for this one is I can only walk backwards. And the reason this is really annoying is because this is the one that has all of the secret holes in the floor. So Jacko Butch. The temptation to use a map is rising. Also, Tristal, earlier I didn't say thank you very much for the host. Sorry about that. I was away with the fairies, I think. The one thing I do want to get from here, though, is the dark block. So this is the place with the dark block in. The dark block is basically a piece of dark matter. You may know this term from other games. You can forge that into a cursed weapon. Nice. Double freeze. And I'm going to basically make a weapon for Pyra, or Adina, as her name should be, even though I've screwed it up. How's it going there, Zephyr? For this game, it's not so bad. In Shining Force, I generally think it's quite bad. But for this game, it isn't so bad. The curses are individual based on the item, so there are different types. For example, like the Demon Mail, which is like the Dark Mail, which is like the best armor in the game. It's got a huge defense power. After your first turn, you are guaranteed to be paralyzed. So you have to paralyze. You have to have smelling salts on hand, or detox 2, I think, works as well, to unparalyze and then keep going. For the Hex Whip in particular, you have a 30. I think someone said it was 33. Confirmed it was 33, but about 30-ish% chance of being tangled up in the whip. So you're not able to have another go unless Pyra breaks free from the whip. So it's one of those things where each individual one has a particular curse attached to it, and some are really bad and some are really not that bad. So you can get away with some pretty cool stuff if you get a good one, basically. Pretty much the same thing, yeah. Yeah, the Hex Whip curse is completely fine. Oh yeah, healing. The bastards are healing. Yeah, that's right. Wow, someone actually attacked Pyra. Can't believe it. No, my love for whips as weapons that actually began with Castlevania. And Secret of Mana. Castlevania and Secret of Mana were the two games that did that to me. So I know where I am now. That's the beginning of it, where like you have to kind of go around the first corner of shit. Okay, there's the stairs back up. Quizzes is very cool. Why am I going backwards? Because this floor is the final of 4 trials, and my handmade restriction for this floor is that I have to move backwards only. The reason I chose backwards movement only here is because there's mazes with like floors you can fall down, so it's like a really, really tough part of the game to know anyway if you're going forward, so it's just like a thing. I really wish turning didn't incur encounters, because I had to do a lot of turning for this one to make sure I know where I'm going. Nice double miss. Big fan. This is just a further extension of the Ministry of Funny Walks, that's all. Nice crit. This is what I love about whips as well, that they can individually crit, which is like all four. If you're just like attacking 5 enemies and just like crit, 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 crit. Now that would be pretty hot. Blaze 3, hell yeah. Okay. It's not the black sheep of the series. The thing is, Shining Force is not the series. Shining is the series. Force is a strategy element of the Shining series. The Shining series, this is the first game in the entire... This is like the first game that Camelot developed as well. So it's like, this is the origin of it all. So it's not really a black sheep in any regard. It's a very, very cool game. But yeah, it's not like it's hated or disliked or anything, but or kind of like seen as other, because they made other dungeon crawlers. Of course you go for the freezing breath. Why wouldn't you go for the freezing breath? 40 damage. Fuck, dude, this is such a horrible flaw. Oh yeah, it's a really good game. It's genuinely just a great game. I don't know. Yeah, like the Shining Soul games are actually pretty good. They're dungeon crawly like this, just rather than being, you know, first person and turn based. It's just, you know, more top down and action. So actually, Shining Soul was somewhat Shining going back to the roots. Actually, I would probably call more of the. I don't know. It's hard to call what the black sheeps in the series are because it's just has changed over the course of it, especially after the development team changed up. Shining Force Feather, I like that game. It's not bad. It's not great either, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. Again, when the developers changed, though, like the Shining series took a very, very different step. I mean, personally, I'd say like all of the Tony Taka Shining games would be just a series of black sheep games for me. But that's because the focus of them were very much towards his art style and that approach to character design as a whole. But okay, so I'm back to where I was. I fell down just behind. So behind me is the step that I fell down. So here's where the maze begins. I'm pretty sure I should have already got my item that kind of told me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm pretty sure I should have already had the item that prevents me from falling here, right? Basically, somewhere in this maze is an item that has the map for where all the holes are. And I need to get on that. Scream! Thankfully the whip is just so good that... It starts here though, so this is like the next part of it. So you're normally, you run into the first hole there, so you know that that's the thing on this map. But this is the beginning of it. And I think straight ahead is a hole. You want to go left, but right is where the item is. Nope. We done goofed already. I just seem to recall that when I am looking for... have I gone the wrong way? I haven't. Okay, I just saw the thing on the right and got confused. I just remember that like it's in a cubby hole or something. There's like in the wider part of the maze there's like a little offshoot, and that's where it is. I want to go to the left though. I know that straight ahead of me is definitely a hole. I remember that being a thing, that you would just run naturally forward and then fucked. So I'm going to go on the proviso that I'm correct there and go left, and it should be an immediate corner. And then if then my thoughts are correct, then there'll be the cubby hole there. Okay, here we go. So I want to go this way, because that's a hole. Hello, friends. Blast. Blaze 3. Look at the damage! Look at the damage! No worries, Calandra. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good one. Okay, so here. No. Here. Oh, My opinion on this is that because you got fooled by the last one, that you'd think that you want to turn right immediately. So that corner, I think, is a hole as well. Nope. Come on, dude. Gentlemen. See, if I had my fire staff still, I could just do fire staff. Oh, you're faster than Aiden. Oh god, Aiden, please, thank you. So again, yeah, if anyone's wondering why I'm walking backwards, who's just joined the chat just now, or just kind of, hello guys. The reason I'm walking backwards is that I have 4 restrictions in the 4 trials at the bottom of the labyrinth. To kind of give a bit more of a traditional, or like a bit more of a known feel of dungeon crawling, where you have those like restrictive rooms and floors. And specifically, so I've done like no physical attacks, no magic attacks, no items on a bunch of them. This one is no. I can't walk forward, only backwards movement. So that's kind of why I'm doing this. One of the basically part of the incentives to be met for the event overall. We're raising money for a couple of reasons. I am raising money for a couple of reasons: to keep my stream alive and my livelihood going, but also to support the Motor Neurone Disease Association, which is a charity that works alongside the sufferers and the families of sufferers of motor neurone disease, which is known in America as ALS. I don't actually know what that acronym stands for the American version. I don't know why. The American name, I can't remember what it actually what the ALS is, but ALS is the same thing as MND. I should know that. I really should. I never thought to think, because I only ever had personal dealings with the MNDA. So, yeah. But yeah, a portion of the amount raised will be going to them as well. So, thank you very much to anyone who has supported, because it supports me and that charity. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. There you go. According to Google. There you go. I didn't even think about it. I just got yeah, I don't know, but there you go. That's what it stands for. Well, that's what ALS means, which is again the same thing as the motor neurone disease. Specifically because it targets the motor neurons in our bodies and breaks down the connection between them, so that essentially it prevents the body from being able to move, essentially. Motor neurons break down, and the signals being sent from the brain to move the muscles basically don't work, which is not great. It's not a very nice disease. Revive. Hell yeah. Bowie are hot. But the incentives that are available are basically loads of different challenges and trials for me to get throughout all of the games that I've played. So, for example, if you've missed some of the previous games for Shining Wisdom, I could only use the boxing glove weapon when fighting against certain enemies. There are times when I have to use other weapons, but that was the whole thing, that I could only use that particular weapon, which is a bit of fun. My HP is looking bad. For Shining Force CD, we unlocked the 3rd and 4th book, which are, trials beyond, just little kind of fun trials for players to do. So that's what we did with those games, and that kind of stuff essentially is what goes on. For Shining Force 1, I was forced to use Hans and Diane, 2 of the worst characters in the game, because for some reason archers in Shining Force 1 just don't actually exist. Okay, cool. Can't go through there either. Okay, so... yeah, you can support by donating, or by tipping, or by cheering bits. And the other way you can do that as well is I do have a shop open, which is available either via the command or the links below in the video. There's a shop for merchandise which has the splash art or the key art that I have for this event, and a couple of other cool little goodies. One being the Ian Dark Soul mug, which is kind of cool. On the key art, there's a chessboard, and there are chess pieces in there, and one of the mugs is the chess pieces on there as well. And there's also a pretty sweet, emote, funny silly thing. But yeah, those are the more monetary things if you do fancy supporting financially. But just hanging out, being part of the event, fuck me. And watching is good enough as well. So if you do choose just to watch and hang out, that's very important, and I greatly appreciate it. Ninzard wouldn't let me, get to that part of the whole spiel. He had to get there first. Just going through it in order, mate. Poor lizard. You spoiled the ending. Just got to do the spiel, I'm not one for doing it very well, so I'm trying to get better at it, I guess. bandana collection. I'd love to have bandanas available. Okay, so here is the first one. Get past that one. And then down this way. Really? This is tough. When I finish this floor, it's only for this floor, for this trial. It is tricky. I can't imagine it's. I mean, it might be difficult to figure out what's going on, but like basically, I'm walking backwards, trying to not get caught by shit. But I am getting caught by shit. This stuff does not help. So this is where I fell down last time, I think. So I'm in the center, yeah. So I don't want to go there, because that's where I fell down already. Okay, this way. Now, at least no breath, which would have been a lot worse. I was hoping that both Aiden and Well, because basically, Aiden, God, Chaz missed one of the 2 hits, and it meant that. Sorry, Adina missed one of the 2 hits, so Chaz had to follow up on the right one. Didn't, so. Right. So far, I've been trying to get through this first maze. I guess the first maze doesn't have a thingy helping out. Fuck. That is upsetting as hell. I don't quite know where I am. Oh, it's not enough to kill any of them? You kidding me? There was an incentive to go backwards, yes. Just this one floor, not the entire game. But by extension, I am showing off my skills. This is where it gets a bit tricky. Hello, lads. That's unfortunate. AF. It's unfortunate. AF, dude, that is unfortunate. fire sword. Oh, wow. Plus 40 attack, dude. Yeah. They're really weak to that, so that's good. Hello? I can't go... Oh, wait, one second. Yeah, you have to go forward through that one. I couldn't press back. Right then, we are out of so I need to... Oh, big crit as well, that's not good. No, actually. Well... Well, not bad progress for the first attempt. I'm misremembering certain things, but I know I'm right that there is definitely like items that give you vision of what it is. Yeah, sorry. Sure. So we have good weapons. We can always pick up better armor, can't we? Do you have any more deals? The Magic Hood. Wood Shield. Okay, we have the chainmail on, and I've also got the breastplate, so I don't really need to worry about bronze armor right now. Okay. And the helmet, I've got this right now, a bronze helm. I could grab an iron helm. The magic hood, I think it's for both of them. It might be a solid pickup. I've got a ton of money. I'm going to have a ton of money afterwards. I just can't remember if it's like... I can't remember when something takes over the princess's tiara. Now. It's only +2 though. how much would you benefit from having it as well? Plus 10. Yeah. Cool. Good to go. So yeah, this is a tricky restriction. It's going to get harder in a different way when I can when I'm in the proper, obviously, because I can't flee from anything. So every single fight I have to take. Let's not get an encounter on every square, please. Good fight. Okay, I think I went to the left. Right to the right. All right, that's just a place to get you back up from the initial falls. Like those. Just the game's just saying, "Hey, welcome to the next few minutes of the next few hours of your life." Cheers. This is the last one, and as long as I get to the Labyrinth Proper, I'll be happy. I should be able to clear the second floor today. We've been going, what, 4.5 hours today? So, yeah. Gentlemen. Get those big crits. Come on. Big crits! I'm not sure if you're still here, AC, but do you know what the crit chance is like by default? I'm not sure if like different characters have different crit chances. Just curious if you knew. Or if anyone knows, for that matter. Just off the top of their head kind of thing. Oh, sorry, you didn't see that. You didn't see that. That's okay. You're allowed to not know anything about this game. Not many people have played it, so. Can I do it again? Look, okay, I've had enough of this. I did not accidentally walk forward. An awesome blow! Let's go. Da, da, da. I do want to be killing things, you know, fairly okay to be able to get enough money to continue with my life. Awesome, bro. How's it going, Just Huxley? Welcome to the stream. Camelot Month 3 is underway. It is, yeah. It was co-developed by Camelot, then known as Sonic CD4, and Climax Entertainment. Both Shining Force 1 and In the Darkness were both co-developed. Okay, we're back here again. Peter hits hard, dude. Peter. I'm moonwalking around because this is a restriction as part of one of the incentives of this game to walk around backwards. Is it 5 here? One. There we go. This is a rather long game, yeah. This is, I mean, the encounter rate is a little bit high. I guess they wanted to kind of extend, obviously, the gameplay element of their game. But this is a long game anyway. It's 9 floors. The first floor, and then 4 below, 4 above. You do the 4 below first, then you go up. But yeah, it's one. I think it is obviously it's long. It's long because of the type of game it is. It's a dungeon crawler, so you're going to be spending a chunk of time exploring and figuring stuff out. Attack 5, very good. There it is. Good morning, John. How's it going, dude? I left a thing behind earlier, which is kind of sucky of me. Well, I didn't leave it behind. I was going down a way, and I got set up in like another area. Yeah, it's going really well. A lot of that's been going on. Oh wow, that's there? Okay, so I must be back to where I normally am. Do not. The ultimate secret is the next big incentive, yeah? Next big milestone. It sounds so ultimate. That was the intention. I think that's the entire top floor, like, well, that this first map entirely rounded out. Yeah, because I fell down there. That's where I fell down. On that tile, which is where I was. That's the entire thing. So yeah, I think that instead of going into like a full cycle, that place that I went off to on the edge is the right way to go. You can't believe the mystery box is a donation incentive. The mystery box! 1 second. I'm just gonna check this, because I think I'm an idiot. I mean, I know I'm an idiot, but I think I'm an idiot. Really? Was that the cubbyhole I was thinking of? If that item... Yo, John Shepard with the $7. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. If there's an incentive you'd like that to go towards, let me know, and I can add that in. Oh, I fucking am an idiot, dude. Yeah. So yeah, we managed to, so yeah, I think that last item, that last corner that I was going towards is where the thing is. See, yeah. Yeah! Bollocks. I am an idiot. I'm glad at least I know. I thought this was for the next bit, but that's just me being a muppet. I'm a muppet, I am a muppet. Shit, I didn't see it. Oops. Wow, okay, sure. Burst 2. Shit. I was hoping that I was hoping that one of these guys had enough. That's very bad for. They're so resistant to magic, and it sucks. Guys, can we not all get a turn? Yeah, sorry. I've had a little bit of a weird one. I thought that like that map was like to the side and in, not on the very, very first bit and in. So, silly me. But still, I think I did quite well in terms of navigating it and remembering elements of it before even grabbing the map. But grabbing the map would have helped a lot. This is the big one. One. Okay, so those are the things. Okay, so I'm in the top right-hand corner now. So, yeah. See, I did know that. You remember when I was saying that there's one that you have to actually go past the corner because it thinks it. Yeah, it does the corner first twice on that first bit and the second bit. So yeah, I knew that there was one of these. One. So now it's not this one. It's here, back, and back twice, and then back, and back. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, and there should be a chest here. Yeah. Battle axe. How's it going there, Garlafried? These guys have a lot less HP than I remember. I didn't need to use Burst 2. Blast 2. Blast 1. Oh, no, I did, because of AoE, yeah. cheers for the luck as well. Appreciate that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. So 1, 2, and then back. Okay, then in. 1, 2. Here we go. This is the new area that I was in and fell down in. Oh yeah, okay, cool. So I went... Which way did I go? I think I went that way, so I want to go this way. Because the other way I went, I fell down. The mystery box will always be a mystery to everyone, apart from those who peer inside. Okay. I have to go forward through these, by the way, just, you know. So. Why do I feel like this is one of those things where it's like a one-way street, and then you can't go back on yourself after this? This is like a bad thing. Yeah. It's another Kaiser crab. Thanks, mate. Mystery box. An awesome blow. Smashing that tarantula for way too much damage. That was the same place that I just came from. Nowhere else to go. This fight is bullshit. Peter's party stands victorious. Okay. Oh god, that's not good. I really should have healed between this. Fuck a doodles. Okay. Fuck, that's not good. Thank you. Come on, Aiden. Attack number 1, Aiden. Oop. Of course. We got the miss, and then we got punished for it. Every time. You love the Kaiser Crab. I don't. This fight is so bullshit. There's no way to be able to kind of like, unless I get a crit, it's so hard to kind of like clean up a bunch of these guys. They have a good chunk of HP, but like, there's no magic that's strong enough. That isn't, well, no, none of Milo's magics are strong enough to clean them all up. I just have to hope for no freezing breath, which is good. You know, obviously it happens as you just saw. I didn't get it there, so that's great. And really, like, any amount of encounters with them, like 3 or 5, is just as bad because it only takes one of them for casting the breath to knacker you, basically. As you saw just there. A case in point, if you will. Boost. A lot of shit down here, as you can see. Wow, what an encounter. Okay, that's kind of scary. This is just before the halfway point, I guess. You've got the 4 trials, and then you start going up the floors, so about the halfway point. When I complete this final trial, it's the halfway point. This trial, though, is taking a lot longer than it normally would because I'm going backwards, and yeah, my exploration is not as fast. Oh yeah, and then I can never run again, so it's going to be just as bad. Huh. That sucks. Enough. Okay, good. Whew. Yeah, building the image. The reason it's taking a bit longer is building the image in my head of what this area looks like is harder when you're facing backwards. Essentially. I know that's kind of silly, but yeah. Hello, mate. Huh. Okay, I need to have a look at my map again. It's a cast view. Because I'm making progress. This is really good progress overall. Like in terms of how far I'm into this dungeon right now, it's looking really good. But just at this point, we cannot walk forward because I'm doing a personal, well, a individually inflicted restriction where I cannot walk forward for this particular floor. One of the incentives of the event. I'm very, very glad that this game and Holy Ark doesn't do the thing that when you flee it spins you round so you don't know where you were facing. That's like a real... I've seen that mechanic before and that is a really stupid mechanic. I'm so glad that this game doesn't do that. I just wish that Peter was a bit faster. You can see that he's just like slower than everything I encounter, regardless of how many levels he goes up. He's just always slower. It's a real shame. But you're only able to really clean up an encounter in like a turn without taking damage if the other two are strong enough to get rid of them. Which is why I think things like the Hex Whip are so good, because it allows that part of these characters to do that, you know? A turkey. Gobble gobble. Big crits don't help. Come on, dude. Okay, so that's there. So it's only down 11. I should be better overall at this point. A flail is a spiky ball on a chain. Pretty much. So he was dealing, what, about 30-ish? Yeah, 28 times 2. Much better. At this point, like it's not a big enough difference for it to make it to matter, basically, for the output. So that's going to be good. How's it going there, Hero Link? Welcome to the stream. How are you faring today? This is looking like it might be the end of the road for me this time. Made good progress though. We cleared the first area. Oh wow. Not bad. But we could have gone a little bit further, I guess, but it would have been rough. If I got a bad encounter, it could have ended it all, essentially. Getting the fire sword was cool though. That was really cool. Whoops. I want to go save. How much? 30. I've got so much money. Okay, I want to sell my crap that I don't need. Don't need map 1 anymore. should be everything. Sure. Sure. Okay. I guess this could be my last run through this dungeon. This part 1. I mean, it should be. That was getting towards the end, I feel. In terms of how many spaces I cleared. Camelot Month is coming along really well, thank you. We're pushing towards the end of the first half of this before we can start going up to the Labyrinth Proper, like the second floors and up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the thing I still want to grab from this 4th one is I need to find out where this... Yeah, need to, at some point, come into contact with that dark orb, or whatever it's called, dark block. I think it's called dark block. Which is what I'm going to make the hex whip with, so I need to find that somehow. First one is where you fall. A few coins. I had a fair few, which is nice. Oh, hello. Did I go the wrong way? I think I did. Yeah. Come on, guys. Yeah, this way. This way. Runs into trouble. We're out of there. Oh god, no. Runs into trouble. Very nice. Getting 2 preemptives in a row. No. MND. Probably going to be coming up to my next break soon as well. Yeah, down here. Alright, this is where the stairs are. Yeah, this is where the stairs are. So I need to avoid the thing when I see the wall change here. No, that isn't damage. That's just saying that I can't go any further. When you're walking into a wall that you can't go any further on, it tells you. With a big old boom. Attacking two different ones. If you had focused the same one there, buddy, you would have been much better off. This Bicky wants to come out. I know it does. Don't stay in there, Bicky. Ready? Yo, Shift, thank you very much for the 5 months with Twitch Prime. Greatly appreciated, dude. Thank you. A wazard. Wow. A wazard does work. At least AoE doesn't mean that the entire party gets to for the enemy party, yeah. I still get a hefty bodying if it helps. Come on. Upsetting. You're making me cry, video game. On the inside. Yeah. Okay. So last time I went down, there's like a way down here where I like got this is where the doors were. Spider's wearing leg warmers. Yeah. There's Flash Dance. Spider edition. Okay. That's where the doors were. We need to keep going, however. Okay. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, sure. So that's there, and then that connect... oh, whoops. Sorry. That connects back to around where I was. Okay. Okay, this way. Here? Was it here? Have I already finished Shining Wisdom? Yes, I have. Yeah, I finished that yesterday. The VODs on YouTube aren't updated because I had some technical issues on day 4, so it pushed me back like a day and a half in terms of my thing. I should be uploading. I should be able to upload 5, 6, and 7 tonight in one night, and then I'll be back on. I'll be back on track in terms of that kind of stuff. It's the back side of a door. The back side of a door. Oh, it must be a way in. Shining Wisdom was really good fun though. Day 5, the end of day 5, and all of day 6, or the first half of day 6, was Shining Wisdom. We had some good fun there. So, is there a way in? There. No. So there's a way into there somehow. Okay, and this is the way back round, wasn't it? Yeah. Let me just cast view just to make sure. Yeah, so... yeah. The last bit was a blast in particular. So if you're wondering what game I haven't completed, if you look to the left, the character bar, certain characters have been darkened, and the rest are all lit up. The ones that I have done have been darkened. The lit up ones are ones left to do. Okay. Aiden should be able to finish off 2 of these. Hopefully I don't get any blaze. Peter needs obviously big healing, and then I should be fine. Just like a single heal level 1. Got a few crackers left. Oh, loads of crackers. The entirety of the Golden Sun lot, all of the Shining Force 3 saga, SF2, Shining the Holy Ark. Beyond the Beyond's in there somewhere as well. I like Beyond the Beyond. It's perhaps their weakest entry in terms of clarity of game. Okay. Says this way. fall, and then a corner. Beyond the Beyond's a fun game. We're gonna have Mr. Captain Professor Palmer himself joining us for that as well. So. Shit, it's the ghost. Okay, we didn't die to that ghost. Where are we then? Where are we right now? Here. So that little like notch on the left is where that gate is, and there's like an item in that thing. Fuck. Oh shit. Great. I didn't see the walls change. This is a square room. Yeah, it was 95. It was the first RPG releasing on the PS1. Which is pretty cool. Well, it was one of the first. One of the first. It may not be the first, but it was definitely one of the first. You know it, goddess. Okay, so sorry. Back of a door. Am I going this way? Am I going back to where I was? Is this where I want to go? Shit, Crusher. Oh sweet, okay, cool. That is here. Map 2. Oh right, okay. So I guess that was the hole I fell down earlier, that leftmost one. Okay, cool. That's interesting, how you fall down that one and then it gives you the map for that one, so alright, and that's the door. Okay, sure. And that's back to that top left-hand corner. Sweet! Okay, progress. I mentioned progress, the game's like, funny about that. Let's have a chat, shall we? I just want to have a chat. Just want to have a chat. Do you? Do you really? Thank you. Oh, bollocks. A word, please? So that's where that is. And then then this is the long haul through that whole like section that gets us back to Dodge. One angry seahorse. You know it. Okay. So nice progress thus far. And this is the place where the things were. Which is... yeah, back here. Right? So yeah, and there's that left side where the flail was off to the left there. I'm back to where I think I am. So yeah, I'm going to go around a couple more corners and I should be back to where I was. Which is where the open room was. Around a couple more corners here. So it's 2 fails, which means it's, if it is plus 25, like, considered, should flee this. So this is the thing here. Well, I mean, that was just something I discovered when I first played the game, and I was just sharing that. Maybe. Who knows? The future is not yet written, as they say. Okay, so here we are. We're in this corner then. Yeah, they are really creepy, aren't they? I part of me does think they probably are like some kind of like homage to Fantastic Dizzy, but creepy as shit homage if it is. Okay, and there's the thing downstairs. Okay, so... Right. This is where we are in the next maze section. Now, if I remember the map correctly, the map is showing where you need to go indirectly. It's kind of subtle the way it does it, but it's kind of cool at the same time. So if you look at the map, if you look at map 2, these are all the holes, right? That end one is you actually want to go down that. Like, there's a hole there you fall through, but that's the correct answer. Otherwise, it just feels like it's an ending, right? So, there's a hole up there. So I don't want to go up. I want to go down this way. And then there's a little thing here, which is an item. There's no point in me walking backwards to get to a chest. Steel saber. That's not better than the fire sword, and I've already got the thorn whip, so I don't want to take that off. Okay, so that's that. I think, yeah, this is definitely going to be my last push through here then. should be able to finish off this last bit. Okay, so I'm still there. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go right and then back 2 and then turn right. Okay, so here, 1, 2, and this way, 1, 2. That's 1. Need to go 1 more. It's kind of hard to remember exactly what you do. I might have to look at the map quite a few times just to remember exactly how many buttons I've pressed. Oh god, no, not yet. There we go. That one. And then... So here. I'm facing backwards now, so yeah, if I was to go back 1 more, I'd fall down. So back 3, then turn left, then back. 1, 2. I really hate, because like, I should feel like that it doesn't matter, but I should expect 5 attacks. When you get like back attacked, not every enemy can get their go. When you flee or when you get back attacked, not every enemy could go. Like some of them might, but like you don't always. 1, 2, 3. So then this way, right? And then 1, 2. So I should be in the top right corner, which I am. Okay, so turn this way. Yeah. That's, yeah, again, like, they keep that consistent. Even in Golden Sun that works as well, which is pretty cool. Okay, so there's nothing there. So I'm in line with that. So back 2, turn right, back 2, and then I can search. 1, 2, back 2. Yeah, there are ways to see it, like you using the view spell. These particular maps are unique. You don't get these maps everywhere, but these maps are unique because they're showing you where the holes are. Otherwise, this would just be infuriating, you know. So there's nothing here. So back 2, and then back 2. So I should be on the far right side again. Yep. So I want to turn right, and then back 2, and then back 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. And before I go where I need to go, I'm just going to check this middle bit to see if there are items here. I feel like there are. Is it here? Yeah. Okay. So I'm facing down now, or facing south now. So I want to go that way and then to that side, like from where I am now, straight and right, which will get me to the end. But I'm going to go backwards first. Nothing in there. How many is it back? 2, 3? 2. Okay, 1, 2. Chest. Sweet, there's my dark block. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2? fuck this. Yeah. Come on. So there's the walls between me, which are there. Okay, cool. So back 1, back 2, back 1, back 3. Back 2, back 1, back 3. Fuck this. Awesome blow. I can take this. Don't get outturned, dude. This way as well. How's it going there, 10 times power? Welcome to the stream, dude. How are you faring today? Hope you're having a good one. The backwards glasses. Okay. Just dead end. Grocery shopping trips. A couple? Jeez. Must have been a lot of groceries. Don't worry, it'll be useless for me. No. Just level 2. So, stairs. Okay, cool. So we're back up to the main floor. So yeah, that corner must be where I fall down if I fuck up here. So this must be like, this is like the last section. Okay, that's that. Green goo. Corner. Trial of Wisdom, the fourth one. The fourth one. This is candles. This is the right way to go. Yeah, my restriction is that I can only move backwards as well. So this has been a right fun one. I'm only moving backwards in here because I'm doing like specific restrictions, like traditional dungeon crawling restrictions on floors, as kind of a challenge. Each of the trials have had their own. Each of the trials have had their own, like no physical attacking, no magic attacking, no items. Okay, there's the big room. This is, oh right, yeah, I think I recall this. Before I do that though, I'm pretty sure this should put me on the other side of the green goo, yeah. And hello, there's a chest. So yeah, this is the beginning again. By which I mean, at the beginning of the dungeon, you walk along a long way, you'll see a chest and you fall down. This is the other side of that beginning bit. So yeah, this is the end of it. This is the end of it. Herb. Oh, sick. Yeah, that's good. Whoa, fuck. Okay, lads. I'm not ripped, don't worry. It's just there's a lot of them. So this is why I've been trying to spend like as little MP as possible, is because when you get to the end here, it's tricky to keep everything going. I don't want to have to aggress at this point, so. Okay, so this should be... Yeah. Okay, so this should be the corner, which I don't want to... yeah, it's like the center is like the bad bit. The center is the bad bit. Sick. There's the end. There's the end. I'll go this way just to make sure. Why are you so slow, Peter? Really upsetting. He's just that slow. Yeah, Peter, please. I feel like I say that quite a lot on this stream. Peter the Phoenix is not that slow. He's not. Just the enemies are fast. Why are there so many sorcerers, dude? Okay. Oh yeah, that's the... Yeah. Okay, cool. That's the end of that. That's fine then. That should be it. It's never it. That should be everything though. Like in terms of like that top corner, might be a little bit more for me to check. Have a look. Because I kind of came up. You know, and then there's like the bit in the center, which is where the ending is, and I went all the way around on the outside. It might be a bit further south then. Check that last bit, and then that should be me done for the trials. This is why it's so annoying that Peter's so slow, because like he can't outturn any of these, and you have to watch like if there's 7 enemies and you cane away 2, you still have to watch 5 animations. So that's where I was. Yeah, there's a lot more to the south. Spinach tea. Not ideal. There's also just a large amount of enemies as well. That's the thing. That's the thing in this game. There's always you can have up to 8 enemies in an encounter, which is busted sometimes. Nice. Good stuff, Aiden. Oh, okay. This is a little cycle. Is that a wall then? Oh, okay. Sweet, we're done here. Shit. We did it. All 4 trials. As we hit the 10-hour mark. Bosh. Just to be in with the rules. Wait. Is that right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's about a 20-hour game. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a long game. It's a long game. It's a big. It's got like what? As I say, it's got 9 floors to it, and they're all like what? 32 by 32. Wise are they who walk the path of the ancients. I need a lot of experience to go up. But yeah, now, when we get to the Labyrinth Proper, I am not allowed to flee. So here's where the real challenge begins. The tent does open soon, yeah. I get to use that dark block and make myself a hex whip. But the true challenge starts very, very shortly, where I'm not allowed to flee at all. You really pass the trial of the ancients? Dear Tristan, I knew I was right in trusting your judgment. You're too kind, Majesty. Now more than ever, it is up to you to return me my daughter. 5 above ground levels to the labyrinth. Past the unseen demon and between the pots of fire lie your path. Within your upper levels, you'll find the arms of light. Where's he gone? Minster? Have you seen Melville? He rushed out of here. We haven't seen him since. Where is Melville? That's a bit weird that he just disappears suddenly. Bang. The trader. Bosh. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break then. And we will go back into the Labyrinth Proper for the first time. So yeah, as I say, take a very, very quick break. We've done the underside. We're going up to the Labyrinth Proper. We're going to get a music change. It's going to be very exciting, and the enemies are very hard up there. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to do a few things. There's a lot of items to grab from this trader and all that kind of stuff. This is where we start getting the big, powerful like items and all that kind of fun and exciting stuff. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in about 3-ish minutes. Just going to play some ads quickly. So yeah, cheers very much for watching thus far. I appreciate support. We'll see you in a bit for more Camelot Month 3. Welcome back, boys and girls. It's Camelot Month 3! Just finishing my crisps, and then... My God. Cheers, Henroyd. It's so earlier. Sorry, I didn't say hi until earlier. Yep, there was a massive breakthrough in the speedrun. A glitch was discovered, basically, that allowed a major skip. A major skip is discovered. Essentially, you don't do the Labyrinth Proper, but how it happens and why you don't need to do it is really cool. Don't want to go into too much detail, because one of the major milestones was for me to learn the new any percent and run the new any percent. So I'm going to do that, and you'll get to see it all when I do that, exactly what the run has become. It's really cool, though. It is really cool. Okay. What can I do for you? Craft. Order. You right, mate? He's fallen over. Dark block, eh? It's for, obviously, Adina. Like a weapon made, please. 20k? Nope. Yep. Magic shield. Hex whip. Bosh. 35 attack. I am about it. Okay, so I don't think I need the rune key. I don't think I need the rune key anyway. Not anymore. Craft. The mithril ore. 42,000. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what item is best for me to make with the mithril just yet, but we will do that in a bit. I'm sorry that you choose not to make a contribution. Why you gotta word it like that? You know? What are you trying to do? Force my hand? Is that what you're trying to do? Let's see how it is, buddy. Okay, so I've got a couple of healing seeds, which is good. I've got my angel wing, which is fine. Fire staff, which is big magic. Magic mirror, which is super nice too. If I'm going up against a heavy magic enemy, I can use that. Okay. The cave slug. So damage is large. Wow. I actually got back attacked by a bunch of monkeys at the beginning of the game. Big fan. The door to the second level opens. Who would like a little bit of cool music? Okay, no fleeing. No fleeing whilst I'm in the proper. Oh, that's so good. So much damage. It's just so nice because you always get that off. So Awesome blow. I moved a step. Like, the one-step encounters are the worst ones. So much experience! Yeah, this is really cool because from this point on, all the floors we go up to, because all of the trials had the same view, had the same look, because they were all in the basement. So you know they had the one look, and you'd spend a lot of time obviously in the main floor. But now all these ones will have like different color schemes for each of the floors. So, and then the top floor has like a unique vibe as well, which is like really cool. It becomes a bit more like pyramid style. So. But yeah, essentially it gets darker and darker as you go up. But it's kind of cool to see the slow shift through the floors. Watch this. Thank you very much, Hex Whip, for being a really good weapon. And again, you always get your first turn with it. So being able to like clear out, especially with Aiden having multiple hits as well, he can normally finish up the hit for a bunch of stuff. So there's holes. Enemies do jump down from there sometimes, and that's also a place where I can fall back down to this floor. Runs into trouble, eh? Helpful. Again, it's really weird, but the name of like a preemptive attack in this is running into trouble. But if it was like Peter's enemies ran into, if it said Peter's enemies ran into trouble, like they've come into the wrong neighborhood. We're about to beat the hell out of them. That's kind of how I feel about it. So. Like, because it feels like we've run into trouble when really it's them who are the ones who are getting bodied. It's a really good song. It's a really, really good song. And what's really nice is like, because the composer for In the Darkness and Shining Force 1, you know, they're both, you know, did things. What's really nice about them is that the whole, like, the feel of this is kind of somewhat similar to, like, you know, the Dark Soul battle and the circus tent battle things. Like, there's the motifs that are like there are kind of reminiscent in this song as well. So especially from like a perspective of, you know, a musical aesthetic of Dark Soul and his, you know, part in the Shining series. That's kind of like a thing I really like about it. If you know what I mean. No fleeing. These guys hit fucking hard, by the way. It's not good. Well, bits and pieces of it are. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's not. Yeah, added to, yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was gonna say, it's not just that. There is more to it, but yeah. Especially when... Oh, God. I've had, what, 4 D-Soul attempts and 3 have succeeded? Thing is, that's not even like the start of it. Like there's some enemies on floor 3 that are bullshit. If player equals Bowie, D-Soul success equals 100%. Unless glitch in game where it doesn't work. An awesome blow. Woo! The double crit. The Hex Whip is so good. If you honestly, there's no reason to not get the Hex Whip. There's just none. Why would you not get it? I just really like the composer for Shining Force 1 and In the Darkness. I prefer Takanouchi's work on Shining Force overall, but I do like these original compositions as well, like the original 2 games. I think they're really good. Like the actual like sound font as well of them is really good. You see, That's your fault for having Max anywhere near, because you should have known. You should have known. It's dumb, isn't it? Like, why on earth? Why on earth would it not hit? How's it going there, tactics? I want to say the higher damage rolls would definitely be able to finish off a Reaper. I want to say the Reaper have like 45 to 50 HP. I think the worst I've ever had in a row. It's similar to this one, you know, like when I had the Mandragora's wail and kill my entire party in this game. I've had that, obviously, which is fine. But I think outside of Shining in the Darkness and that shit, how's it going, Omega? Welcome back to the stream, dude. The worst I've had outside of that is in Shining Force 2. I think this is before we had the current strats in place where we use Peter just to go and annihilate everything. The old strats we used to have, I would send like a lot of people in. I'd have like Kana and Slade and, you know, a whole bunch of enemies of characters going in. And I once had, what happened was, sorry if I can get my words out, Red Baron looked at Kana, desold, so I didn't have a healer, and its second turn desold Peter, landed. Turned around to my secondary tank, Gaian, desold, it landed. Turned on to Slade, my secondary DPS, desold, landed. Turned to my hero, desold, and killed Bowie as well. So 6 desouls in a row, which all landed, and yeah, wiped out my entire party. That was a really, really good day. Desol was on form there. Yeah. Yeah, it was bullshit. It was really good though. It's clipped somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. It's somewhere in my clips. But it genuinely happened, and it was actually stupid. But the thing is, the reason that happened, again, British RNG is karmic. If things go really well, you're going to get a reckoning. And I was like, at the time, I think because I was the first one to get a sub 8 with the non-Peter grind strats. And I think I was on like my first sub 8 pace or like a sub 7 pace for like after the change or something. It was like one of the best runs of that era of Shining Force 2 speedrunning, and the game was just like, you think it's going well, buddy, and it soon changed my mind. Please land. Does it even land, I wonder? That was the beginning of becoming numb to pain, yeah. Like, from that point onwards, I was just kind of like, yeah, D-Soul just lands on me. That's fine. This is what I mean by, like, if player equals Bowie, D-Soul chance equals 100%. It's actually silly, but for some reason I just have an ability. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. have to take the rough with the smooth. You have to enjoy, you know, your personal brand of bullshit. Because if you can enjoy your own personal brand of bullshit, well... This is fine. Yeah. Floor 2, honestly, Floor 2 is not that bad. Floor 2 is quite straightforward. Am I grinding? No. I'm making my way through the dungeon. My challenges for this game have been to clear each of the 4 trials with different restrictions. So no physical attacks, no magic, no item, backwards walking. When I hit the Labyrinth Proper, however, I'm under the influence of what's called true bravery, which means I will flee from no challenge. So every single encounter I get up here, I have to fight. I cannot flee. Getting to floor 4 is going to be really hard. Floor 5 is going to be okay, because what you can do you get this at the very end of the game. You get a coin on floor 4, and the coin is basically a warp point. So you have to fight your way up to floor 4. Then when you get there, you can you get an item that allows you to you put a coin in one of, you'll see like the there's like the ponds every now and then. There's like the little like bowls of water that you can't interact with at all. But what you can do is you flick a coin into one of them, and then you flick another coin into the other one, and then you go to where you've put the coin in the first one, if you know what I mean. You create a warp point by putting a coin in one of them, and then you can use the other ones to go back to that point. This is technically floor 6, so you have a ground floor, 4 trials underneath, then 4 floors above. Right now I'm just guessing at the moment. It's somewhat memory, somewhat not. I know like bits and pieces of this map. Like floor 2 is fairly memorable, but I just went around the top, so I was on the top left, and I just went all the way around the edge to this top side here. But yeah, like a whole bunch to do. Is it not floor 4? I could have sworn it was floor 4. But I think maybe it's one of those things that you don't necessarily need to go back to the king until you get to that floor. Because when floor 4, there's like a lot of story stuff that happens in floor 4 that then forces you to kind of go back to the king, which is when you normally get the stuff. So it might be a case of you can get it before, but yeah. I try my best to. I mean, I have used maps on this game in the past. This playthrough, I haven't really used them. I think I checked one for like. I wanted to just check something, but I didn't like. I wasn't using it in the middle of play. I just checked it to reference something, and then like continued on. But yeah. But no, like these kind of things, like I haven't really got the time to create my own maps every time I play this game, and I haven't ever created my own in the past, so I don't have any like to hand. Wow, of course, that was a terrible one. On a set of 3.5 floppies are your very detailed childhood maps. Rest in peace, floppy disks. What a cracking format of a memory that was, dude. I remember the little bit of metal that like protected it. I used to kind of like always pull that to see the actual like the thing on the inside. That was pretty cool. Nice crit. My dad drew like a world map for Zelda 1. I remember that. He had like 2 massive pieces of card, and he like did it properly. Like he was like big into he did an architecture degree. Never made use of it, but he did one. So he kind of like knew how to kind of like create big like blueprint style maps, on like sheets. And yeah, he did the whole thing where he'd like get them all perfectly like spaced out and in great detail, kind of like designed every single one with like how many stones there were, how many trees there were, where they were. It was insane. I think I'm back to the left-hand side again. I am, and I'm just gonna clean that back up. Yeah. He was alright, my dad. Had his flaws, but he was alright. I always wanted to kind of make a map like that before, but I don't know. It was quite impressive. I don't think I would have ever been able to top it. Oh, nice landing. Amazing. Shit, it didn't land. Everything all right? I want to be on the right-hand side and then go down the long straight, where all the chrome balls are, which is the bullshit. The bullshit. Like, this is not easy. Like, fleeing for no fleeing these top floors is really hard because there is some shit up here. There is some shit. As there always is in dungeon crawlers, there's always some absolute shit to deal with. Did I ever play MMORPGs? Not really. My first MMO that I actually started playing properly, I think when I had a crappy old laptop and I didn't want to pay for MMOs, I played something called Perfect World International. I played that for a little bit, but like never got further than like level 20ish or whatever. My friend tried to get me into WoW, but I just didn't like it. But my first actual MMO that I started playing properly was Final Fantasy XIV, which I started like 3 years ago. Which was, yeah, is like the only one I really play. I say that I am currently playing PSO2 now that it's come out. it's difficult to play it during Camelot month, but yeah, I'm playing PSO2, which again doesn't play really like a full MMO type thing, but you know. 14's very good, yeah. Incredible game. Really, really good. You'd think that maybe a story like, and cutscene heavy MMO wouldn't really work out, but they managed to make it, so it was really sweet though. I've heard good things about Ragnarok. I have seen it, and I know quite a bit about Ragnarok. Isn't what was it called? Tree of Savior or something, whatever it's called. Isn't that like a spiritual sequel of sorts to that? Yeah, Phantasy Star Online, Tree of Savior is peak RO. Fair enough. Yeah, I played Phantasy Star Online 1, but I never really considered it an MMO just because it was maximum 4 players, to my knowledge. I never played it online either. I just played it like at my mate's house. That sounds really good then. Sounds like Tree of Savior is a cool game. I'm not a big fan of like complexity for the sake of complexity. I don't know if that is what RO has, but you know, it's just one of those things. But all I remember is that people didn't like Tree of Savior, and it was like very much spoken out against by fans of Ragnarok, from what I recall. But when I played Tree of Savior, I was like, this is really fun. Yeah, no, yeah, I was just saying that because you said Tree of Savior is a dumbed down version of Ragnarok, and I'm saying that I think that's personally a good thing. There's nothing wrong with dumbed down stuff, as long as the gameplay's still fun, right? I remember, because I played a little bit. I think maybe played it for like 5-6 hours or something. And enjoyed it. Healer fruit. Okay. Bloody Nora. Let's go Fire Staff. Fire Staff is real good. Manta Rose, yeah. No fleeing. Must fight everything. Those are the rules. gents. They are salamanders and they are probably fire, but I'm still curious to see if this is enough. It is. Another fire stuff. Lol. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if it's the mandrakes or the mandragoras. I think there's like a pink version of them on higher floors. But yeah, they have an ability to like scream in pain, and scream in pain is D-Sol 2 basically. It's party-wide D-Sol. Mr. Brax and Mrs. Mister here. You don't know how worried I've been. Come here this minute. Jesus! Ow, Mom, sorry! Hi. No worries, TechSide. Just hanging out. Just take care of yourself. Do you see that clean 29k? Bang on. It's pretty good. Sleep well. Large amounts of experience to level up. Okay. It's a really cool game. It's one of those ones that when everyone's if someone thinks like, oh man, a really retro old school dungeon crawler, everyone would be like, oh, but then you see it in action and it's actually really charming and very accessible as well. I think is a very important part of that. Super accessible. 30k. Okay. Have I ever played Zeliard? Never heard of it. What is Zeliard? Yeah. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, Static. Don't worry about that. That's fine. Platform action RPG video game from 1987. Might be a little bit, a bit before my time. What console is it on? I only go far. Oh, yo, Gallifreed picking up the a couple of pieces of items from the shop. Thank you so much indeed for supporting all the amounts that have been added. Basically, there is a tally to be added to the total. I try and update that whenever I can, based on sales. So thank you so much indeed for picking up some items. I hope you enjoy your mug. The Mithril does have set outcomes, yeah. Like the items, you'll get items based on who you make it for and with which items. So it's fairly straightforward in that manner, which is very helpful because you don't have to worry so much. I can pick up another one as well if I want. Available in DOS. Oh, and I mean, again, like, the NES was, like, my earliest console that I played. Never really kind of played too much stuff before NES era. So I was born in 1990, so I kind of, like, mostly dealt with the SNES, but, like, my dad had a NES, so did play a bunch of the NES stuff as well, but mostly I was playing SNES. Okay. I want to pick up another Angel Feather, just to make sure. Mithril Armor's good. So the reason I'm grabbing the Mithril Armor is just because it's pretty good, as you saw, like a 39 defense upgrade for armor factor upgrade for my hero, and because he's like the strongest, having him, or he's got the most HP, having him do that means that I don't have to heal him as much. Now, I do want to grab some other... there is the other piece of Mithril that I could grab something for Aiden as well. Because the armor factor 103, 116, and then I'm at like 139 now, so that's pretty solid. 188 attack, 106, and then what was it, 120? 116. I do need to get a better armor. And I could probably grab better headpiece. Thing is, the magic mail, I'm pretty sure. I want to grab the magic mail because I'm pretty sure the magic mail can be equipped by Pyra. If it's not, it's definitely for Aiden, but for Milo. But yeah, I have this feeling that yeah, the magic that there's definitely a piece of armor, like actual like mail that she can wear. I'm not sure if it's the magic mail or not. Yeah, I'll see if there's something like simple I can grab her though, because we had the hemp robe. Is there nothing better? Just breastplate. Okay, cool. I'll see what regular items I can buy from the trader. Shining the Holy Ark has not yet been played, don't worry. Leather robe. I think that should be pretty good to give to Pyra. Or Acha. +6. That's better than nothing. Nope. Okay, we have our angel feather, we're good to go. Let's make even more progress through the second floor. I do collect retro games, yeah. So the games, the red games. I mean, to go through this, the top shelf up here, obviously, like the very top shelf, with Pyra next to Pyra and Mithra, Xenoblade Pyra and Mithra, is my Shining Force stuff. So I've got Shining Force 2 and the guide, the original Japanese guide, and then the Gaiden games with the CD guide up there. Then this top shelf here is all my Camelot games. That's everything from Shining in the Darkness to Dark Dawn, and I've got Shining Force 3 on the side here, as well as Holy Ark. Below that is my Mana collection. So they're all of the Mana games. Again, Final Fantasy Adventure, Mystic Quest, all that kind of stuff. Seiken 2, 3, Dawn of Mana, all that kind of stuff. And then below that is the other shit. Let me just make sure I'm going somewhere, making some progress. Yeah, there it is. I want to go this way. Deadheads, fuck you, buddy. So this is my more modern stuff. I've got the PS4 and Switch stuff there, but around that I've got randomly Albert Odyssey, Sega Saturn on the edge next to my PS4 stuff, and then all my some SNES stuff, and Japanese PS1 and Saturn games on the side. And my Japanese Phantasy Star, actually. When I went to Japan in March for my 30th birthday, and I met up with Mormont, who was until very recently, the record holder in Mithril, nice. The record holder of Phantasy Star 4. He gave me a Japanese copy of PS4, which is very lovely of him. Then below that, down here, is all of my Japanese SNES stuff. You can't quite see it, but just here, there's like that lot there. Is all SNES, and then my soundtracks. And then on the very bottom is like all the old consoles: PS2, PS1, Wii U, and then outside over there, like in my bedroom, just here, I've got like another. I have two more of these out there. One is like an actual bookshelf with all my books. And then another one is full of like my other games, so like all my original SNES, NES, Game Boy, Mega Drive stuff, like all the old stuff. Is it an American or PAL version of Shining Force 2? I have eight copies. Japanese SF2, 2 American SF2s. One's actually a PAL, but they put it in an American box. My original personal Shining Force 2 in PAL, and then I've got like Mega Drive collection, Steam, and blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know why I have 8 copies of SF2, but I do. But yeah, I've got a lot of Shining Force 2. It's not 8. It's the two Mega Drive copies, the Genesis copy, the original Mega Drive copy, so the JP, Mega Drive collection on Switch, Steam, so 6 copies. Do I have any else anywhere? Oh yeah, and I bought it on Wii VC, so 7 copies. Did I go? I think I went that way first. I went that way, and I didn't go behind me. Oh, did go behind me. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the thing. I also, really weirdly, I also have 3 copies of Shining in the Darkness, 2 American and 1 JP. Should probably give one of those away. And I have Shining Force 1. I've got Genesis and Japanese. I have 4 copies of Golden Sun: The Lost Age, 2 copies of Golden Sun 1, 2 copies of Dark Dawn. Oh no, oh sorry, add one. Add one of each of those, because I got the Japanese versions as well. I got the Japanese TLA and Japanese TBS as well, actually. I don't know why this is. Like, I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. How many copies of Mario Power Tennis? None. I have a lot of Camelot shit. As I say, they're my favourite developers, so I have a lot of their shit. I have the Beholder. No, I did not. I did not play that. My Mana collection. It's not as bad. Original... Okay, so I have 2 copies of Seiken Densetsu 1, so the Japanese version. One that I bought, and then a gift. And then I got a gift of one when I was in Japan again. Mystic Quest, so the Game Boy Seiken 1. It was called Mystic Quest in Europe. And then and that's in box. And then I have Final Fantasy Adventure, just cartridge. PAL, NTSC-U, and NTSC-J, Secret of Mana, so Seiken 2. So I've got 1, 2, 3 there. I have Seiken 3. I have the Seiken collection in Japanese hard copy when it first came out, and then also have the digital version in English. Dawn of Mana, just the American version of that. I mean, there's only I don't have the Japanese. It never came out in Europe. I've got the SD4 soundtrack and the Sword of Mana soundtrack. Sword of Mana itself, I got 2 copies of that. I don't actually have 2 copies. My original one got stolen by my cousin, and when I brought it up with my dad, he was like, "Just let him have it," because he was too young to understand. So he basically, it would be like I was stealing a game from him. And then Heroes and Children of Mana. So. Oh yeah, and I also have a Rabbite. I got made a Rabbite. This the little yellow guy here. I did a 3-player speedrun at RPG Limit Break, and I was gifted a handmade Rabbite. Myself, Jagger, and Stinger, we all got a Rabbite gifted to us, which is lovely. It's a very, very long story, but there you go. How's it going there, Elkanard? How are you? Have I played Legend of Mana? Oh yeah, I do. Sorry, yes, I have Legend of Mana. It's right there. I played that very recently, earlier this year, like maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. I started before. I think I started before I went to Japan. I think. Anyway, I thought it was okay. Looks beautiful, stunning game to look at, and that's cool. But it fell short in a bunch of other ways. So. RPG Limit Break is in Salt Lake City, Utah. It was meant to happen in May, but unfortunately, because of the Corona stuff, it's been pushed back to October. Still not sure if it's going to happen. It would be sad if it gets pushed back, but I'm actually running Final Fantasy Adventure, the first Seiken game, Mana 1. I'm going to be running that at Limit Break this year. I ran it 4 years ago, so yeah, I'm going to be doing it again, which is kind of cool. He did make it to True Bravery soaked. God damn it, dude. But yeah, sorry if that was like a really long spiel. Or really annoying. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, that's all my shit. Mercilessly difficult. At times, yes. I played this game a few times, so I know what to expect roughly. There are times when I definitely, get bodied by stuff that I'm not really aware of, but I know roughly what I'm doing. But yeah, the fact that I'm only taking 16 damage now with that mithril armor is super good. Gave you fits. Is it because of the screen flashing? I'm sorry if it's a bit much on my stream as well. Yo, John C, thank you very much indeed for the host. Hope you're well. How was your stream? No, I've been going for 7 hours. The time is just how long I've been playing this one game for. Almost hit the sub 5 on Golden Sun. I know that feel. Long runs, gotta take a break. The time to take a break, the longest break you actually have in that game is on the ship when you're going across to Tolby. The third boat trip. So you do the first 2 fights, and then that third one, when you clear the text to go underneath, to like, ready and row, that last one is the longest period of time where you don't have to do anything. It's like 20 seconds. Absolutely nothing. But you'll get that sub 5 soon, don't worry. How's it going there, Carol's the time? Cheers. NES dungeon crawler type of game. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is a dungeon crawler, so. No worries. Enjoy dinner. But yeah, what I'm doing here, it is super old school. This is the very, very first game that Camelot developed alongside Climax. Came out in 1991. So one of the earlier games during the whole Mega Drive SNES era. Obviously not the earliest, but one of the earlier. And yeah, it's really good. It has an in-game mapping system as well. You can cast view and you can see the map, so it's kind of helpful if you're like trying to remember roughly where to go. Thankfully, this floor is pretty good. It's a pretty solid floor to get through. But it's very good. As I say, this leans a little bit more into the RPG, into the Japanese RPG style of gameplay, so it's good fun for that reason. It's not quite as like just generally brutal as a regular dungeon crawler is. It plays like a dungeon crawler, or you have a very dungeon crawler approach, but it does feel very much like a regular RPG in many regards as well. So nice crit, by the way, Pyro. Thank you. Yes. The game is hard. The game is hard. It's just I feel there are definitely places where it's a little bit more lenient than a regular dungeon crawler. I mean, there are things where, you know, you will get into an encounter and you get back attacked and you get one shot the entire party. It happens. But it's not like that's the norm for the entire game, you know? Yeah. Grinding helps. Kaiser Crab is damn hard, yeah. Like, the first boss you have to encounter, you don't get any extra party members until you defeat the first boss. And that is just a bullshit fight. There are definitely some things like that can just kill you. And like there are chests that aren't actually chests and they have like enemies in them. And they get double turns and can like just two-shot any of your characters if you're not fully healed kind of thing. So yeah, there is bullshit. There's always going to be a bit of bullshit. What does the speedrun of this look like? It's interesting. I'll say that. I'm not going to go. I don't want to go too much into detail. One of the milestone goals of this event was for me to learn the speedrun for this game. So I am going to be learning it later on down the line. So I'll show you. I will show you what the speedrun looks like. But right now I'm just doing a casual play for the event. Again, not every single run that I'm doing of all the main games, because I'm going to be playing all the games regardless. Some of them are speedruns. Like the Golden Sun one is a speedrun. Golden Sun 2 is kind of a speedy run as well. Beyond the Beyond is going to be a bit more casual. Shining the Holy Ark will be speed-ish, because I have to do a 100%, or technically a 100%. So there's ups and downs. Shining Force 3 is going to be semi-speedrun. Where scenario 1 is just straight up a speed run. I just have to get the penguin as well, and use the penguin. Scenario 2 has a donation incentive to become a speed run. So if you want to see me, has that been met? Has that been met? Yeah, I mean it's been quite a crazy week. And I'm gonna have to come up with even more stuff. So yeah, the ultimate secret. I didn't expect to be here. You know, like the last 2 Camelot months. I think I've already surpassed last Camelot month. I think, genuinely, I think I have. Just insane. This is the ultimate secret of Ultimate Destiny. Absolutely. Bosh! $79 damage. Come on! Die, dude. Oh, Jesus, this is bullshit. Fresh mugs. I just wanted slow to land. If slow had landed... Pascal with the good luck. You looked away. What happened? A chrome ball said hi. They're really, really tough. This is why, again, this kind of shit is why no fleeing is really, really hard. Because you have to just deal with all of the dudes who do that. And it's similar. I mean, they're both dungeon crawlers, you know? They both have that same vibe. It's not a sequel in terms of narrative, but like a gameplay sequel, absolutely. They kind of wanted to make another dungeon crawler type thing. And again, they really focused on the feel of the RPG side of it as well, so it's really cool. Mithril Shield. Bosh. Plus 40 armor factor. Let's go. Oh, I didn't equip the thing again. Did I get a checkpoint in there? No. What do you think this is? Of course I didn't get a checkpoint. I just got bodied. I just got destroyed and I had to leave. I'll have to come back again and try once more. That's all that happened. I just got wrecked. The curse is unique to each individual weapon. So based on the weapon you have, you'll get a different curse, or the armor, you'll get a different curse. With the Hex Whip, it's like the Hex Whip is a really, really good item. The Hex Whip whenever it comes to like stuff like that, you'll always get your first turn off, and then the curse will take place afterwards. Some are a percentage chance to happen, some are a guaranteed thing. But the Hex Whip is a 33% chance to tangle Pyra up in the whip. So she'll whip, then it might just kind of tangle her up and she can't fight. But she'll always get the first one off, which means, yeah, she deals big damage. So the Hex Whip is a really, really good one. Other ones aren't so great. There are some that I don't ever want to see, but Hex Whip, good weapon. Yeah, you can get there are like checkpoints, if you will. You can grab an item that you'll see like ponds around, and when you go to those ponds, you can you'll get an item which apparently you can get earlier than I thought you could get. Those ponds allow you to like flip a coin into them, and then you can warp to that coin, to that pond specifically. But that's about it. I thought you needed to clear floor 4, but apparently you can do it after clearing floor 2. So this one here. But yeah, I'm not allowed to flee from anything up here, so it's just going to be a grind. I mean, it means I'm going to have a metric fuck ton of money, but, you know, I'm going to just cover any bases that Pyra leaves behind. She shouldn't miss them now. She's gained a few levels, but, you know, just in case. There you go. Level 90. I could be. I don't know. I don't think I'll be at that level. I think a rough average of level when you complete it is like in the 40s, I want to say. It's been a while, so I can't remember the exact level I was last time. Of course, go and check the other cartridge. I mean, it doesn't scale that badly here. I mean, like throughout the dungeon, like the enemies scale through the floor as well. You'll have like things where you'll get to like the end of a dungeon, and the enemies will get harder in the dungeon itself, or in the floor itself. But yeah. Yeah, I mean the enemy encounter rate is pretty tough, but you get used to it, I guess. I really wanted to flee from that, but then I remembered I'm not allowed to. Thankfully, the Hex Whip is so good that you can just attack with Pyro for the most part and not have to worry too much. But, you know, as I said, there will be times when, you know, I just have to go hell for leather on the attacks. Like here, for example, I'm not going to be able to finish this, so rather than using that, I can use my Fire Staff, because the Fire Staff is Blaze 3 on use, which is pretty nice. I just don't want to see sparks fly, because if sparks are flying, that means that we're in trouble. Rotating counts as a step, yeah. How's it going there, Curry Spice? Probably the horsemen, right? There's like the knights on, or there's like the Lancerot, I think it's called. Is it Lancerot? That sounds like it's somewhat familiar to me. But he has he drops like a really good weapon, I think, or a really good armor piece. Yeah. But yeah, those enemies drop a really good item. Usually one of those items that people go for when they're playing the game. Oh wow, Peter outturned something. They do break. They do break. It's just the chance of breaking is fairly low, I think. Yo, cheers for the good luck there, Raniel. Yeah, the chance for breaking is pretty lenient in this game versus like Shining Force, where they just break every other time for me, at least. Cheers to the host as well. Appreciate that. Oh, the Reapers. What do the Reapers drop? Guess I could have a look. Open up some kind of guide or something. Oh, the Brick Eye. Huh. Well, I think the Brick Eye, the version of those enemies before Brick Eye himself, because Brick Eye is pretty good. But yeah, Cyblock, he was the one I got my fire staff from actually. So, oh, Mithralaws. Oh right. I mean, you get enough to get through the game, honestly. I think without grinding. I've already got 2, and there's a 3rd one in the shop. And like one piece of Mithril armor on everyone is good enough. Like the shield is currently on Pyra, so she got plus 40 defense for that because she hasn't got a shield item until now. And then probably grab either armor or like a headpiece for Milo. But yeah, 1 piece is normally enough to get you through floor 2 at least safely. Outside of bullshit happening. Well, welcome to my playthroughs. Okay, that's the way. Yeah. I need to remember this bit. But yeah, there's no way of seeing if it's broken in the item. So in Shining Force, you can always like check the item and it will tell you if it's broken. But I have to be aware of what it says here because it will say sparks fly. Right. Okay. So I can't use it again now. If I use it again, it breaks, and then there's no coming back from that. Some do. Some do. Like when you hit a new floor, I mean, like, yeah, Strange Journey does. I'm pretty sure Etrian Odyssey, excuse me, allows you to select your floor. Like, you can now go to the stratum number 95,605. I've always wanted to play a Shira and the Wanderer game. I never got around to it. The original Mystery Dungeon, I think? No. Ton Echoes. Dragon Quest. But yeah, I think Shiren is like one of the original ones. But yeah, Ton Echoes is the original. Again, just a reminder that if you think any RPG was the first to do something, it was probably Dragon Quest that did it. Because it's always Dragon Quest. Everything is just thanks to Dragon Quest. If you've played and enjoyed an RPG, you owe it to yourself to say thank you, Dragon Quest. The enemies are already fleeing, I'm that strong. Dragon Quest is Dragon Warrior, yeah. Dragon Warrior is just what it was called in the West because there was already something called Dragon Quest. But yeah, Dragon Quest is the one. I just don't call it Dragon Warrior because it's Dragon Quest. And also DW, the acronym DW for me is Dynasty Warriors. So, yeah. Those are two very different games. Mandrake! Go on then, Crumble. Good. Oh, okay. Good progress there. There's basically the chrome balls can appear in set locations. Certain enemies, ones that appear in special ways, that don't just appear like this. So things like the brick heads, or whatever they're called, the brick eyes, the cyblocks, all those things that appear in a very special way are scripted insofar as they're a tile that they will appear on. And you either get it or you don't. So I got quite lucky there, getting none of them. Oh, God! Fucking damn it. Jesus. See, that's the thing, actually. This game, and also Holy Ark, were kind of games that actually got me into dungeon crawling. Because the thing about these games, like Holy Ark and Darkness, is again, they, as I said before, they lean into the JRPG feel a lot more than like a regular dungeon crawler. Fuck me, which I think is really good. They definitely like sit quite nicely on the palate if you're a JRPG fan. Like when I was playing Holy Ark, I didn't feel like I was playing a dungeon crawler. It just literally felt like I was playing a regular RPG, but the perspective of it was just first-person dungeon crawling style. I didn't feel like a dungeon crawler, and I think that's what's so magic about them is I'm getting two experiences, a very specific, unique, a very specific visual experience, and then you know a gameplay experience that kind of like teeters on the side of both. So. Phantasy Star 1, yeah, it was kind of similar in that regard as well, yeah. Just I honestly feel that this is much more fast-paced than Phantasy Star 1. I played Phantasy Star 1 on Sega ages, and even that version felt slower than this. I have played Etrian Odyssey 1. I haven't played the others. I remember enjoying it. It's good. See, that's what I like about Camelot Month, is messages like that. I didn't know Golden Sun was made by the same people as Shining Force. I can totally see it now. Yeah. I was talking about this earlier in the week, but the giveaway for me, it's a really weird giveaway. It's a really weird giveaway, but the giveaway for me was the price tags on items. When you go to the shops to buy items, the price is on a little price tag, and that was the thing. I was like, wait a minute. Such a weird thing. Yeah, the UI and like the tile-based menus is obviously a big thing, and I noticed that as well. Obviously, like I liked them both as well, but the big giveaway was that I've never seen any other thing do price, like actually have a visual price tag with the price on it, apart from in those games. So it was a really weird one, but yeah, like the UI is a massive part of what I enjoy too, like the blue backgrounds, the borders, and the way that they are. The HP bars where they are in this Shining Force, all that kind of stuff. Like, their UI design is gorgeous. Right, that's back there. That's cleared out that area. See, this is again a reason why I really think that if you're a fan of Golden Sun, again, play Holy Ark. Because Holy Ark has all the things that kind of led from Shining to Golden Sun. Like, all of it. It's just there. Can we please land? Ooh, big crit. Sun armor. Hell yeah. Okay, it's weak. It's weaker than the mithril armor, but that sun armor, can that go onto what's his dick? Can you equip that? No. You can equip that though. Cool. That's best. It'll make Peter a little weaker, but it will make Aiden a lot stronger as well in the interim, so. About 15 weaker. Yeah, wait until the final hit to get a crit. Big fan. Wonder if that works. When you fail it enough times, you start thinking it's not actually a possibility. And also, I'm getting caught up a lot more than 33%. I definitely feel it's anywhere between 30 and 50%. Another crit, Jesus. Ding. It does work. I was just getting super unlucky every time. What is it? It's 4 crits on all of those sentinels. They all got crit. Jesus. The brick that was shat. Oh my god. If any of... I hate seeing these guys, man. Ever since that one time. All it took was one engagement. Shining Force 2 is an incredible video game, and is easily my favourite game that Camelot have ever made. Party-wide death. Yeah. That's what we love here at Camelot Month. Have to do my usual spiel in a bit as well, so apologies to those who have heard it before. If there are new people popping in to welcome you to Camelot Month 3. A celebration of all things Camelot. Obviously they made a bunch of JRPGs, as has been shown and mentioned. Anything between Shining in the Darkness, this being their very first game, first RPG, and up until the very latest RPG in Golden Sun Dark Dawn, which was the last full RPG they made. Where's Quick 2? I'm playing through all of them in a variety of different like challenge modes, challenge runs, speed runs, all kinds of stuff like that, just to have a bit of fun really and celebrate their games and the way that they do. There are a variety of ways that you can take part and support. Watching being the #1 way that you can hang out. Yeah, just take part, share your love and your own interests and all that kind of stuff with the series. It's like, yeah, the #1 way to support. But I am raising money in order to keep myself going, but also to raise money for charity. I'm raising money for the Motor Neurone Disease Association. A portion of everything, although the total that is raised, will go to them. They're a charity who deal with MND, otherwise known as ALS. And yeah, there's a variety of incentives for each of the games. Loads that have been met already, but there are incentives to be met to challenge me to do different things. And that can be done either by donating, tipping, cheering with bits, or by purchasing items from the Camelot Month shop. Yeah. To those of you who have been taking part since the beginning, thank you very much. To those who are new, welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. And hopefully you stick around to catch some more of it. And yeah, just thank you for being part of it. It's nice to share my love for this lot with people. Would I like to see... This is not good. Would I like to see a proper remake of Shining Force 2? If the remake involved becoming anything like Fire Emblem, which is I think would be a thing, or any of the popular things that you know, are seen as what strategy RPGs should be these days because they're what sell, I wouldn't be a big fan of seeing that myself. If it went down that route, if they kind of kept it, if they remade and expanded upon their own formula, I would love to see that, because I think this formula is fantastic. But again, does that sell? And that's a big question, a very important question that, you know, developers have to ask. But yeah, I think maybe Sega would want to work with Camelot again, but still. Floor 3. Okay, I've hit floor 3. Apparently now, you saw the golden coin, right? Or the golden pool. That's where I can put the coin into. So, apparently now, I can go back and get the coin now, and I can pop that into the thing. And then I can then make my way through. And then whenever I come back, I can just use the coin to go back to that pool. I'm going to go confirm that, just because, you know, have to confirm things. That's floor 2 done. Funnily enough, there was a guy from, I want to say Brazil? Maybe it was Portugal. Either Brazil or Portugal, I think it was Brazil, who started doing like a fan remake on the DS, using DS hardware to kind of make like a little... yeah, to do like a remake there, and it was called Shining Engine, and it looks really cool. I would like to see that. I don't think they're gonna you know, continue with it and probably complete it, but they were mucking around with the idea, and as I say, it looked pretty nice. My former disciple is Dark Soul. His lust for power led him to the dark reaches of the Labyrinth. The Labyrinth was built by the ancients to serve a twofold purpose: to seal in the darkness and to raise a champion should the need arise. I believe that Melville seeks to unleash the forces of darkness. Take the two halves of this mystic medallion. Thanks. The medallion can be used with any gold fountain within the Labyrinth. One half of the medallion is to be cast into the water of the fountain. Using the other half will instantly return you to that fountain. Sweet. Pretty much, yeah. I think the guy was posting... I mean, I can even find it for you. I'll find it for you right now. I have it here. Back from 2010. There you go. But yeah, a guy did like a whole, like, considered concept for it, and it's really nice. Yeah. But yeah, that was back in 2010 he posted that. I've been following him. I've been following that guy ever since. Like, he has a Facebook page where he's working on it. And as I say, it's now called Shining Engine. And yeah, it's an interesting little project. What game is next on the list? Well, we will vote for that when I get to the 5th floor. When I get to floor 5, the votes will be coming in. Right, okay, cool. I'm going to make a mithril helmet for the hero. Because he needs some armor. I've just finished floor 2, so I'm on floor 3 now. I need to fix the staff as well, actually. I want that magic mail and the magic shield. Sweet. Okay, so everyone's got a space, right? Good. Nice. I haven't really used the magic mirror. There are times I'm going to need it. Like, there's some enemies on the higher floors that, like, are just magic fiends. So... Okay, what I'm gonna do is this. So we're coming up to 8 hours, but I'm gonna do one more run through here. So one thing I want to do, basically, and then. Sorry, I can remind you as well, Kazin. Floor 3. Just finished floor 2. Coming. Okay. Run up one shot. One big quality of life that they did for Holy Ark over this as well is that if you hold the B button, you can strafe. And, oof. I love a good strafe, me. I love a good strafe. Do it, Dinner Roll of Doom. Absolutely do it. Play more Shining games. If we play more Shining games, Camelot will be like, yes! Just like that. Shite. Don't worry. Everyone here, you're gonna be super excited when I get to Shining Force 3. Because, like, Shining Force 2 is my favourite, absolutely. Like, far and away, no questions asked, it's my favourite. Like, it's just my favourite. But Shining Force 3 is so very, very, very good. Game is amazing. Ah. Give us that fucking Shining license. That's a lot of mushrooms! Stop it. An awesome blow. The Hex Whip, man. It's so good. Saturn was a very underbought console, sadly. Underloved, because it's very good. Oh shit, did it already spark? Damn it, dude. Well, no more fire staff. Oh well. Shit, I need it. I guess I just didn't see it say sparks flew the first time. Oh well, it's not a big loss. For Shining Force 3, yeah, the audio gets weird when you emulate it. The flute is wildly out of tune. Oh man, yeah, awful. But fun in its own way, right? That's why I'm really enjoying playing it on console now, because haha, the audio's not shit. Perfect timing, Sonic. Perfect timing. Just is. My boy Deadhead. I believe one of them did have an upgrade, so again, I can talk about them, but I'm not going to help source them. Yabausei, don't play any Shining games on Yabausei. It just never worked out. Then SSF was like the one that you could use, but then Yabausei had an upgrade, which apparently makes it a lot better. So new Yabausei is fine. SSF is still a little bit iffy on audio, but it plays the game fine. But yeah. Nice grip. Okay, so I need to make the long journey back to the next floor. Run into trouble again, dude. Bolt 2. All these times I could be running. The art is very nice. You're right. Welcome back, Ice. It may be quite bright on your screen, but it's actually quite dim here. My eyes are starting to, not strain, but just starting to be aware of the difference in of the natural light versus screen light. SSF. Oh, only. I'm not sure about only, but SSF I use discs. Before I actually picked up a Saturn itself. I now own Saturns, but like, yeah, plural. But before I actually had Saturns, I didn't mean to get two. I just kind of accidentally got two. I got an American one, but then a friend of mine was like, I have a friend who has a Japanese one. Do you want to play that? You know, do you want to grab one of those? Like, actually, yeah. It's been modded to play American carts as well as JP carts, so my Japanese setting is pretty sweet, basically. Oh dang! Oh nice! I got bodied by the fire dudes, as always. How's it going, Feeny? How are you doing today? Welcome back to the stream. Nice crit. Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. We've been making some solid progress. We did all 3 of the trials, and now we're up to further floors here in Shining in the Darkness. A little bit further to go, obviously. But no, progress is solid. Week 1 down for Camelot month. This is the end of. We're coming up to the end of day 7 here, obviously. And yeah, we've cleared out 4 games. Working on our 5th now, which is a lot faster than it has been in the past. So yeah, being able to crack out certain games in like within a day, basically, has been good. But it's been pretty alright, all things considered. We're making good moves overall. Everyone's been having a good time, I like to think. Everyone's been loads of new people have been popping in to share their love of the company and the games. So that's the thing that's most important to me. Bringing Camelot fans together. And most of the incentives have been met. It's kind of crazy. Good experience. I think this is right. Holy Ark is so good. Sorry, I'm a broken record. Everyone's just like, shut up about Holy Ark. It is so good. Oh man. The music's lovely as well. Like again, the Tower of Illusion. I'm in my at the beginning of the stream. I have a playlist every day, obviously, for each game or each day, and I played the floor 1 track here, the regular track on floor 1, and then the Tower of Illusion track from Holy Ark, and they're so similar, which is lovely. The thing is, like, I shouldn't be talking about Holy Ark 'cause I'm currently playing its predecessor. So I should be giving love to the game that got Holy Ark out there. You know. Yo, Kinort, cheers for the gift sub too, Sonic. That's very, very kind of you, dude. Death Serpent being a dick. Gonna hurt Sidney's feelings, yeah. You say that, Sonic, but sometimes Kinort is stirred, and there's nothing that can be done. He must click the buttons. Yo, Arky, big fan to hear that. That's what I want to hear. There we go. Cool. So now, whenever I come back, I can just go straight to there and I can skip the entirety of the second floor. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome to floor 3, where shit gets real. If you thought it was real before, well... Jesus Christ! Woo! This is a common occurrence. I just remember, okay, playing Holy Ark. Sorry! I remember playing Holy Ark for the first time. Okay, and I always wanted to play it because I just knew that it looked great, and I loved this game, and you know, I just knew that I was going to love it, but like I hadn't played it, so I kind of had to get to that point. And I remember going through it for the first time, hearing the music and being like, oh man, this is great. Sakuraba's doing a good ass job, but it's very much itself. But just going through the first few bits, and then you fight Rhodey at the beginning, and then just hearing that music kick in, and I was just like, like, this is amazing! Why is everything so good? The battle theme is just glorious, and it never gets old. It's just so good. Tommy Hawk, yeah. I can't just kill them with 2 hits now. They take a little bit longer. I do feel though that like there are certain pieces of Sakuraba's work which are just generally better than others. And yeah, I've said it multiple times, but like Golden Sun I do feel is Sakuraba's magnum opus, like just as an overall piece. Maybe the compositions, like some pieces aren't as perfect, but I just kind of feel that like based on the sound font that thing has. Oh mate, Ito's a god. Ito's a god. Because Kenji Ito did Mystic Quest or Final Fantasy Adventures soundtrack as well. Like a lot of the kind of like handheld stuff that Square Enix did, Kenji Ito did. And like, yeah, like Romancing Saga 2 and 3's battle themes, joke good. Final Fantasy Adventures, you know, their boss theme 2 and 3 is unreal. Just exactly, PogChamp Ito. Moppleton knows. Because Moppleton's my homie when it comes to... Oh, Jesus, it's a headhunter! Moppleton's my homie when it comes to loving Final Fantasy Adventure. This guy hurts, by the way. Ow. Awesome blow. Yeah, Dawn of Mana. Yeah, so I've recently found this out, but like the Dawn of Mana soundtrack is actually insane. I mean, as in like I always knew it was good, right? But the composers in Dawn of Mana, because I knew that that Shimomura was involved, and I knew that Kenji Ito was involved. But I was just having a look, and I checked the booklet, and sure as fucking damn it, Masayoshi Soken did the Dawn of Mana soundtrack. I'm just like, what? And it's true. Genuinely, Soken did the soundtrack for Dawn of Mana, which is fucking dumb. But like Kikuta, Ito, Shimomura, Soken, and then God, what's his name? Like he's not a game composer, but he does like other things, and he was doing the soundtrack for Dawn as well. And what's his name? I'm gonna have a look now. 'Cause I'm curious. I'm curious now, but he did the main track. That's it. Tsuyoshi Sakito, I believe. No, sorry. Ryuichi Sakamoto. That's the one. Ryuichi Sakamoto did it. He did like the main theme, and that, yeah, what a absolute hero. But that soundtrack is nuts. Yeah, Shimomura on the 15 soundtrack was pretty good. I like Shimomura. Everyone's just like, she's the best. I'm like, she's very, very good, and definitely up there in terms of like some of the greatest. Yeah. Oh, there was a donation. Bollocks! I didn't see that. I didn't have it. I turned around. Sinbios777 donated $160. Thank you very much. Might as well complete it now, just in case I miss it. $140 to finish Scenario 2 speedrun. $10 to naming Sinbios777. And I'll have to do it like Sin777, I think, because of spaces. And $10 to naming Taya Alia after my cat. Thanks. Cheers. Naming Alia. Sorry, naming Taya. Oh, fuck, yeah, yeah, that Taya. Taya in SF2. I had a moment there, I was like, what Taya the fuck am I talking about? The one I never get and haven't gotten for years. The Sorcerer. Yeah, sure. I had a moment. I haven't used Taya in about 4 years. Bless her. This is why we're doing... This is why we're doing the rejected characters. Bollocks! Can we not kill Peter? He doesn't deserve this. Oh no. Sorry. Sorry, had a moment. Thank you so much. That's a lot of money. I greatly appreciate that. So we're gonna get... I have to do an ad hoc speedrun of Scenario 2. Great. That's gonna be really fun. I'm basically gonna approach that game in a speed setting where I'm gonna do it in one sitting and just do it fast. Alia or Alia. So A-L-I-A. But yeah, thank you so much indeed for that. Sorry, I think I turned away to grab the thingy, but thank you so much for the support. That's hugely appreciated. That was a lot. Oh, God. Okay. Thankfully, Blast is a wind spell and works one of these. Is Claw going to be using SF2? The incentive was for the rejected characters to be used, and I believe his name was in the list. So, yes. Is the answer. I do have an angel feather as well. Oh, an awesome blow. Claude will be called Rocky. Oh, yeah. Oh. Come on, we'll land. Hell yeah! Look at that damage. So the sun armor protects you from fire hits, but it does not protect those two, so they're going to get an absolute scorching. Oh my lord, what a crit. My boy Kiwi is best. Kiwi's pretty damn sweet, it must be said. How far do I want to go? Oh, this bit. Right, yeah, this is a whole thing. There's like a circle in the middle. Kiwi is still usable. I have used Kiwi a number of times, and he is still usable for sure. It's just his potential is lost thanks to the fire breath glitch. It's not really a glitch. It's just like weird numbers in the code. But Kiwi is still definitely usable. I always try to make sure to give Kiwi a fair shot whenever I'm playing casually. And much to Feeney's enjoyment, Kiwi is in the run, or at least in the run I do. Been taken out of the faster speedrun strats, but you know. It's not really a glitch per se. What it is so when you have a look at the numbers that characters have in terms of level, the way that the game looks at it is that it's got, so obviously you've got the level 20 in promotion. You can go up to 40, sure. But when you promote, you go into promotion levels. And everything above, so you'll go up to level 20, and then it'll be 21 with a star, which means it's level 1 in promotion. So it should have been that, so basically he's meant to get upgrades to his breath level 2, breath level 3. Breath level 2 upgrade, it should have been at level, like, I think it's meant to be like 35 with a star, meaning that it should be level 35, or not, let me just say with a star for your, it should be level 35 overall, so level 15 in promotion. But unfortunately they screwed it up, so it's actually level 35 in promotion, so level 55 in total. So it kind of cocked up the level that you need to get the upgrade to his breath. So you'll probably never see the upgraded breath. When you first promote him, seeing the fire breath is really good because it's like a big damage upgrade from his regular hit. But by the end of the game, the damage you're dealing with the breath is actually a massive nerf. So he's got a potential to like lose a lot of his damage by him breathing fire because he doesn't get the upgraded version because he's meant to get it in the teens in promotion. But the numbers, or like the number it was assigned, is technically level 35 in promotion. So again, it should have been like 35 total, but it's 35 in promotion. Something like that. The number may not be perfect, but that is what happened to it. The only way to do it is to like, because I think you stop getting experience from every enemy apart from bosses at level 32 in promotion, 33. Zombies. Crying face emoji. And so yeah, you'd need to like hit up Xeon and get like either grind it really hard, then perhaps throw out a couple of brave apples as well, just to make sure maybe. But these are heavy enemies. Shit. This is not at all good, just, you know, an awesome blow. I'm running out. I have to flee here now. This is it. I don't think I can go too much further if I get a bad fight. Okay. Good experience, but yeah, I think I'm done here. Join me. Join with the darkness and rule this land with me. No? Foolish child! Well... Oh, Mephisto. Yeah. Why are you a bastard? Right. Oh, shit. Okay, cool. We have finished floor 2. We have a coin in the jobby, so we can get there quickly next time. We've got some space free. We're looking good. We're looking good. Wise are they who work in the blah 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 blah. Yeah, bleed me dry. Classic. Oh, raining. No. No. There, that's done. Cool. 8.5 hours. Made good progress. We're on to we've done one quick excursion through floor 3. Call it a day. Day 7, week 1, down. Bosh. There we go. So thank you very much indeed for watching today. I hope you had a good time. It's been a really good day. Made really good progress. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for sticking it out, hanging out, and again for the support. You know, be that watching or indeed being so generous as to support financially. I greatly appreciate that. And those of you who have picked up some pretty cool items in the shop. What game is next for tomorrow? This game. We haven't completed it yet. We have got to complete the rest of the game first. And when I get to floor 5, when I step my first steps onto floor 5, I shall, at that point, unleash the vote for the next game. And then it's up to you guys to choose what's next. It is your move after all. So, in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to... Well, let me have a little look. But if in doubt, I know where I'm going to send you. Wow. Okay. Nothing I can send you to Camelot related. Okay, cool. So, over at RPG Limit Break is the Final Fantasy Relay currently going on, which is like a massive weekend-long thing where they're playing a bunch of different games. They're currently up to Final Fantasy 15. So you've got 15, then 9 is going on. So go and hang out with RPG Limit Break and go and enjoy some Final Fantasy Relay goodness. It's looking pretty interesting, actually. Team Choco have caught up to Mog quite well. And there's a slow grind coming back in favour of Tomberry, who are catching up. My nascent bow. Cheers, thank you. So go over to RPG Limit Break. and we'll say day 7 down, your move. Bosh. That's going to be the message. So thank you very much again. I'm going to also call the recording here for YouTube. I'm going to get all of the days up to date, so all of the stuff is out of the way. We are back up to date. No more tech issues, hopefully, for the rest of the event. Cool. Thank you so much indeed. So cheers for watching. I'll see you for the next episode of Camelot Month 3, Day 8. Cheers.